What's up, everybody? I started the stream and my mic was not even close to me. So good start so far. We just got hit with some nerfs. So I'm streaming a little earlier than I normally do because I wanted to go through this live on stream. I haven't read this yet. So I want to see how bad it actually is. All I saw was self-sustain and survivability and thought, my God, paladins are dead because they had none before. So let's read through this and see what it is, what they did to us and how bad. I put a video up reviewing all the dungeons and the first comment I got was, are you going to review tanks now that they're nerfed to the ground? So it looks grim, sounds grim, but we're here. Here we go. All right. With the introduction of the With the introduction of the Dragonflight talent system and season over season changes, tanks in World of Warcraft have become extremely durable relative to non-tank characters. Their active defenses can mitigate high percentages of incoming damage, and they have strong self-healing. Yeah. Today, in the hardest content in the game, many tanks can... Oh, sorry, I got a text in the middle of this. Oh... Today, in the hardest content in the game, many tanks can sustain themselves without much assistance from healers. In some cases, we've seen it become optimal to do group content without a healer at all. That is very true. But I think that was less because of tanks being incredibly self-sufficient and more so of hybrid classes having an insane amount of off healing. We saw it with feral druids being able to kind of like almost single-handedly keep the group up with what move it's called. Nature's Grace or something like that like all your single target damage heals everybody like that. Those were doing insane healing. I don't think it was the tank. It was, 4 other people with insane off healing, all healing the tank. World of Warcraft is an MMO and its multiplayer aspects are a major strength. Group content is extremely rewarding when players perform different roles, come together to overcome a challenge. We want to reinforce the importance of the healer role. Jack is probably going nuts right now. Probably pumped. Jack and J.B are probably like, yes, bring the healers back. It worked towards gameplay where tanks and healers collaborate to reduce damage the tank is taking and to restore the tank's lost health. Okay, well, don't hit me so fucking hard. Tank durability can use some other problems as well, tank durability can cause some other problems as well, especially in challenging endgame content that we want to work towards improving. Enemy damage has increased to challenge tanks, but if it's increased too much, it gets spiky and puts tanks in significant danger if their defenses ever drop. This can lead to tanks getting killed rapidly, seemingly out of nowhere, which is true. I feel like that's a pretty strong in the beta, but I just felt like everything was overtuned and we're undergeared. We feel this is unsatisfying and would prefer tank damage to be generally evenly distributed. Yeah. But still threatening over time. I think that was one of the biggest issues that we had was, I think rot damage is kind of the best damage we could have. Because it feels like you can, like the healer might be consistently healing with rot damage, but it's not like oh shit, you're about to die, heal them all the way up, you're about to die, heal them all the way up. And it's like, it's kind of just progressive healing throughout the whole fight, whatever you want to call it. So I do agree that it needs to be evenly distributed and not be spiky, because when you have spiky damage on the tank, it becomes AoE damage on the group and it becomes spiky damage on everybody, which means if you're not topped off, you can just get one shot. So it does need to be slower. It can be a slower, consistent damage. I think monk stagger is how tank damage should be. It should be, you should hit like that. Like that's how it should. I think that's how, you're still getting beat up, but it's not just dead and alive. Anyways, if tanks are not threatened enough, then the most challenging part of endgame content can become keeping DPS and healers alive, often against burst damage. Well, that's because DPS and healers don't hit defensives. Actually, healers do. I'll give them credit for that. Making tank survival a more involving element of group gameplay could give us some freedom to ease up on the threat to other group members. So I'm thinking less AoE, more better designed tank damage. If that's how they go, it's probably not too bad. To address the above, we're making reductions to tank durability and self-healing. This will allow us to smooth out the damage tanks and This will allow us to smooth out the, I was reading it as damage tanks, like blood DK is a high damage tank. This will allow us to smooth out the damage tanks and parties take while retaining the challenge of keeping them alive over time. We'll take those changes into account and encounter tuning as well. Tanks will take overall more damage, but shouldn't die significantly more often. I guess that's a good thing. To increase the overall damage tanks take and their reliance on healers, we're primarily increasing the percentage of damage they take after mitigation from steady damage source like physical attacks. We're making fewer reductions to each class's defenses against burst damage and other threats that are currently the most likely to be lethal to them. Encounters will be tuned with this in mind, so the character of the tank damage changes, but the lethality of it doesn't significantly increase. So after mitigation increasing the damage they take, I mean, physical damage is always like, so you're just like reducing my armor. I mean, you can say percentage after mitigation, but it's the same thing. It's just semantics. You know, if you take 50% less damage with armor and then they tack on 10% of that 50% of damage, like it's not, you know, not a big deal. I had the same thing in SOD where people were like, oh, Blade Dance reduces 10% of damage. And I was like, well, it's after mitigation. It's like, yeah, it's still 10% of damage. 10% of the damage you would have taken is mitigated. So if they add 10% of damage after mitigation, it doesn't matter that it's after mitigation. I don't know. It's probably a lot more, I mean, it is a lot more complicated if you want to break down all the math numbers, but they should have just said you just take 10% more damage. There's no reason to say after mitigation or percentage of damage. Tank damage intake should be steady and not so fast. I agree. One of our goals for these changes is to smooth out the rate tanks take damage to reduce surprise spiky deaths. DK's probably happy to read that. Healers should have time to respond to tank health, and tanks should have time to use self heals like Word of Glory. These motherfuckers put Word of Glory as the self heal. They said they really put tanks should have time to use self heals like Word of Glory. You know that one that does like 20 health? God damn it. Or Celestial Brew. Actually, very good. It's like the worst and the best they picked. I don't know, like what? For some classes, we're increasing their passive defenses to compensate for decreases to more active or reactive defensive mechanics. Tank busters will still create challenging moments that reward tanks for planning and smart use of cooldowns. Okay. Tanks will have strong answers to threat or periods of danger, but less sustained self-healing. Tanks should have autonomy over their own survival and will still have cooldowns or emergency self-heals like renewal or impending victory. But the healing of continuous effects like a Loon's Favored or, oh man, that's going to be tough. But the healing of continuous effects like a Loon's Favored or Indomitable are reduced. So tanks must have a more, So tanks must have more of a partnership with healers to restore their missing health once lost. What if I hate my healer? Loon's Favored did heal a shit ton. Same with Indomitable. Like at the end of a dungeon, Indomitable would have an insane amount of healing, and Loon's Favored, same thing. But that's like the selling point of Bear Druid is the Loon's Favored and the healing that they have. And Indomitable is just probably what makes warriors feel good right now because of their self-sustain was really good with that. Healer gameplay should not be dominated by tank healing. Healers play a critical role in keeping tanks alive as part of what they bring to the table. However, healers contribute to the success of groups in many ways, especially in dungeons. They sustain the group, dispel harmful effects, and respond to burst damage, all while doing mechanics. Tank healing should not demand so much that it interferes with their other roles. It may take some iteration to get the balance right on this, where healers feel essential to tank survival, but with their attention not overly demanded by it. This is going to be a shit show while they figure that out. Tank gameplay should not significantly change or require actions like kiting to survive. Kiting to survive was the worst meta. Kite meta was the worst meta we've ever had. I noticed it was in, I want to say it was like Shadowlands. You did that shit a lot, and it sucked. It was so bad. There's never a case where running away from mobs should be your play style. So I really hope that this just doesn't become kiting to survive. We're happy that more players are enjoying playing tanks with their friends and in pickup groups. Well, you've just destroyed that. Good job. There are a lot of demands on tanks, such as learning Mythic Plus routes, leading groups, and knowing what trash abilities are particularly dangerous. The gameplay of standing toe-to-toe with groups of enemies and the tactics you've learned to survive should continue to be effective. Your feedback, please. How durable do you feel before and after the changes? What makes you feel that different? Okay, well, we're going to test this, and I'm going to go in with Monk, which Monk has felt extremely, extremely durable, and I'm going to see if I just get annihilated, because that's going to be horrendous. Oh, is this the class updates? So this is kind of this is the same thing. Is this the same thing? Yeah, okay. Cool. We can skip that then. So let's go down here. Class updates. Blood Death Knight. Death Strike is a powerful ability that allows the Blood Death Knights to mitigate a percentage of any form of damage taken in the last 5 seconds. In a way, Death Strike works like a retroactive shield block. Instead of reducing damage up front, it mitigates the damage you took by healing you. If used in succession, Death Strike can affect a single hit multiple times, which will be comparable to blocking a hit, then going back in time and blocking it again. In some cases, restoring yourself to higher health than where you started. Oh, they figured out how blood decay works. In the War Within, we're changing Death Strike to only heal a Death Knight for a percentage of damage taken from a given damage event once? What? Wait a minute. So heal the Death Knight for a percentage of damage taken from a given damage event once. So if you get hit with something and you just hit that Death Strike, do you heal right back up? And then what, your next Death Strike doesn't do anything? Or is it going to be like for dots and stuff like that, like damage over time? Like if you have a bunch of dots on you and you smack Death Strike, you only get heals from the first death. You only get heals on the first Death Strike, and all the damage that you take from the dots afterwards don't go into your healing. That sounds awful if that's how it is. Given damage event once, does that mean tank busters? I'm assuming that that's actually something they couldn't possibly do. But that sounds really bad for Death Knights. I want to see, I'm curious how it works, because if it's saying any damage from a given damage event once, so you can only heal from one ability, and then you have to wait for it to be hit on you again to heal from that ability. I don't know, that sounds weird. We're also reducing runic power generation somewhat and reducing the mid. Why are you reducing runic power generation? Like, packing in a lip pillow. Why are we reducing runic power generation? So it's like it's already kind of a niche tank, and you can get caught without runic power generation pretty easily, and you already got beat up. I mean, you obviously you get beat up here. That's the whole point of Death Knight. Now you're just, okay. Reducing some of the mitigation Death Knights get from high uptime cooldowns like Enfeeble and Dancing Rune Weapon. Why? But increasing armor from Bone Shield. Okay. The tiers actually makes Bone Shield really nice. Overall, Death Knight should take damage more smoothly, as they will remain one of the strongest tanks for encounters with high magic or periodic damage. Death Strike can now only, a new aura, Coagulating Blood, shows the amount of recently taken damage that will be used to calculate the value of your next Death Strike. The aura description lists the value as a flat amount, and the number of stacks shows it as percent. Wait. A new aura, Coagulating Blood, shows the amount of recently taken damage that will be used to calculate the value of your next Death Strike. The aura description lists the values as a flat amount, and the number of stacks shows it as a percentage of your current health. I'm gonna have to see that in game. That's good. It's a weak aura, basically, they put in the game, so I guess that's good. Blood Shield's cap is now 50% of the death. What? Okay. Let's talk real quick. Death Knight has 7 million health. If they Blood Shield 100% of their health, actually no, let's say they have 6 million health and they Blood Shield 100%. They survive Edna on Stone Vault. They survive Edna's Beam and Tank Buster. They survive that at 6 million health with 100% shield. They survive that by about 4 million. They have 6 million health and they only get a shield of 50%. They die. And that's insane. That's a terrible change. Like, obviously we're just reading it. We're gonna have to play it to see if how the damage feels, but it doesn't look like they're changing any damage intake, and they're just changing like your ability to live. And it was already, it felt like you were like, every tank felt like you got beat up. So like, this is crazy. And the cap is no longer temporarily increased by vampiric blood. Great. See you later, Sand Lane. Ugh. Rune of the Fallen Crusader now heals 4% of your maximum health. Was 6. Runic. What? Don't worry about that. It's just a bottle of ginger ale. I don't like cups. Anyways, Rune of the Fallen Crusader now heals to that. Blah blah blah. Runic attenuation now generates 3 runic power. It was 5. Why are we reducing runic power generation? Enfeeble reduces damage dealt to you by 12%. Was 15. Okay. No magic reduces damage taken by 8%. Was 10. Bone shield increased by 20%. Leeching strike now heals for 0.25 of maximum health. Was 0.5. That was, I don't think that was a very big part of their healing anyways. Dancing rune weapon increases parry chance by 35%. Was 40%. That's not terrible. That's, you won't really feel that much. Each active dancing rune weapon generates 3 runic powers when mirroring heart strike. Was 5. You'll still get a ton of runic power from that. Everlasting bond increases dancing rune weapons duration by 6 seconds. Was 8. That kind of sucks. That's an extra heart strike, or 2 if you have the runes for it. Blood Drinker reduces the damage the enemy deals to you by 15%. Was 20. Bone Storm heals you for 2% of your maximum health. Was 3. Up to a maximum of 10%. Was 15. Bone Storm damage increased by 20%. Okay, so that's a rough take. That feels like it hurts to read as Death Knight. Well, let's check out Demon Hunters. Demon Hunters are not my forte, so I might have less to say here. Like Death Strike for Death Knight, Soul Fragments give Demon Hunters strong recovery against any type of damage, as well as strong self-healing. Because Demon Hunters consume Soul Fragments steadily, we're not changing the rules for how often they can affect a damage event. That's good. We're increasing Vengeance's overall damage taken by weakening the damage reduction of talents like Void Reaver and Illuminated Sigils, while keeping the power of core abilities like Soul Fragments and Demon Spikes. They will continue to be one of the stronger tank classes at self-healing and surviving magic damage. Okay. Live by the Glaive now restores 2% of maximum health. That kind of sucks, a 50% decrease. 6 can increase stamina by 60%. I feel like that's not a huge deal. 5%. Like when you're getting 60%, 5% isn't that bad. If it was 10%, 5% would be horrible. But Demonic Ward reduces physical and magical damage taken by 8%. Was 10%. Again, not drastic change. Soul Cleave healing reduced by 20%. That sucks. A hefty amount of healing. Frailty heals for 8% of damage done, down from 10. That is a bigger change than Demonic Ward, because this just reduces the damage you take by 2%. But Frailty is on 6 targets. So if you got 2% reduced damage on 6 different targets, or 2% reduced healing from 6 different targets, it stacks up. So that one actually stings a little bit. Void Reaver reduces the damage you take from targets affected by Frailty by 3%. Was 4. You won't even feel that. Illuminated Sigils grants 12% parry chance. Was 15. Depending on what your parry chance is at, you might feel that a little bit. But I don't know. If you had something that said increase your parry by 3%, would you be like, this is 100% I need this? You know, that's what I mean. It's probably not as bad as people are making it out to be. Down in Flames reduces Fiery Brand cooldowns by 12 seconds, down from 15 seconds. But that's probably worse. I know Fiery Brand was like a big deal for Vengeance Demon Hunter, so that probably stings. Metamorphosis increases maximum health by 40%. Was 50. That's kind of big, because Metamorphosis was when you were the most tanky and you had the best ability, like the best chance of staying alive. So that's why I think it's not Eldrazi Reaver, but the other one, you kind of just want to stay in Metamorphosis. You want to prolong that as much as possible, and that's kind of why, because you're very safe in it. Dark Glare Boon now refreshes 15 to 30. Now refreshes 15 to 30% of Fell Devastation's cooldown. Was 20 to 40, and refunds 15 to 30 Fury. Was 20 to 40. You probably feel that a lot. that might make the class feel a little clunky depending on how smooth it was. Depending on how smooth it was, like gameplay wise, to keep using Fell Devastation, you know, consistently, that might hurt. I feel like that's gonna feel like how Rogue got their changes, and now it's not, the play style is just not as smooth. It's super clunky, so that might sting. All right, Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid is probably ranked as one of my favorite tanks, or it's a top one, and also had really good self healing. So let's see how bad this is. With high armor and iron for uptime, Druid should be one of the best tanks at providing physical damage, with slightly increasing the damage they take from all types of damage and balancing the power of their self-healing. They did have insane self-healing. We're also reducing the duration of some of their cooldowns to make their timing their use more important. That might suck, because some of the builds you don't take certain, you don't take like Rage of the Sleeper. There's a build, you don't take that. You kind of rely on Barkskin. So if they cuck Barkskin, that's going to be rough. Frenzy Regeneration heals you for 20% of your maximum health, was 32. That hurts. That was such a good get out of jail free card, especially when you berserked and you had it for free and you could just spam it. Iron Fur increases armor by 112% of agility, was 120. In the build I played, you just kind of macroed Iron Fur in, so you always had a hefty amount of stacks. So that's not horrendous. I feel like you still, with Arcane Bear, you still tend to keep a fairly high amount of stacks, so you shouldn't notice that too much, but I'm sure you'll feel it a little bit. Renew heals you for 20% of maximum health, was 30. If they're reducing self-healing on the abilities like this for Druids by 10%, Pallies are dead. I don't even want to read the Pally changes. That's going to hurt. Reinvigoration reduces Frenzy Regeneration cooldown by 10-20%, was 20-40%. That also hurts. Earth Warden reduces damage taken by 25%, was 30%. Stings a little bit, 5% is not crazy. Survival of the Fittest reduces cooldowns by 12 and 24%, was 15 and 30%. That's gonna hurt. Actually no, 6% of like a minute, 6 seconds. It's probably not as drastic as it reads. Shoots and Claw reduces damage taken by 12%, was 15. Again, probably not too drastic. After the Wildfire triggers after spending 300 rage, was 200. After the Wildfire was just a nice added effect, but that's, you know, 50% increase on how much rage you have to spend. That kind of sucks. Ursock's Fury grants a shield equal to 25% of Thrash and Maul's damage, was 4. Okay, Ursock's Fury sucked before. There's no reason to nerf that. Our attack power, like the scaling of this shield with how much damage we did, was already bad. So now it's half of that. That's a dead talent now. See you later, Ursock's Fury. Elun's Favored. Let's see. Elun's Favored. I lost my place. Heals you for 25% of arcane damage dealt, was 40%. That's gonna hurt a lot. Elun's Favored was massive healing, and you're cutting it almost in half. That hurts. Rage of the Sleeper duration reduced to 8 seconds. Rage of the Sleeper's damage taken reduction reduced to 20%. Rage of the Sleeper's leech decrease. Rage of the Sleeper. That was one of like my favorite defensives, because it's only like a minute cooldown. And so when I didn't take it and relied on Barkskin, I always kind of missed that talent. So that sucks that they didn't just nerf one part of it, they nerfed the entire thing. So that's probably cumulatively a pretty big nerf. Pulverized duration reduced to 8 seconds, was 10. We don't even take Pulverized, so who cares? Ursock's Guardian reduces the cooldown of Incarnation, Guardian of Ursock, by 1 second for each 25 rage spent, was 20. Probably not too drastic. If you're spending 20 rage, you're probably spending 25, so it's not too big of a deal. All right. This was my main. Here it is. Healers have more time to heal monks than other tanks because Stagger spreads out the damage that they take over time. Our goal is for monks to take a little more damage overall than other tanks to offset this effect. Cool, great. So the only benefit we had is going to be offset. However, we feel their overall magic damage mitigation is a little low compared to other tanks and are improving it somewhat by buffing Stagger and its value against magic. That's huge. That's actually really good. To increase their physical damage taken overall, we're primarily reducing the dodge granted by Elusive Brawler and some of their other talents. That's fine. If I remember right, Elusive Brawler is 1 dodge until your next successful dodge. That's fine. So usually it just gets spent usually almost immediately. So that's okay. All right. Brewmaster's balance increases monk's armor by 50%, was 25. Buff. Elusive brawler's chance to dodge reduced by 12%. Wait. I'm gonna have to see how that actually layers out with mastery, because it depends how much mastery you have. Celestial Fortune heals you for 70% of the amount healed, was 80. Amount of damage staggered increased by 8%. Percentage of magic damage staggered increased to 58%, was 45. Those are good changes. Those are good changes. Dance of the Wind's chance to dodge reduced by to 5%, was 10% for Brewmaster only. Okay. Yulon's Grace grants an absorb shield to 1% of your maximum health, was 2%. Every 3 seconds, was 2 seconds. Yulon's Grace. Yulon's Grace is your magic shield, right? Well, after you gaining, yeah, magic absorb. Okay, that's good. I don't really necessarily mind the change. I feel like when you're in dungeons, you don't really build that up anyways too quickly. Because if you're just taking magic damage, you just never have a real chance to build it. So when you do have a chance to build it, I feel like this isn't going to hurt it too bad. Healing Wind restores 10% of maximum health, was 15. I played this class and I feel like I'm missing Healing Winds. Monks. Transcendent. No, wait. What? I don't know. Okay, we'll figure that out when we get into the game. Healing, staggering strikes, healing reduced by 28%. Okay. Staggering strikes, monks. When you blackout kick, your stagger is reduced by blank. Oh, that kind of hurts. Spirit of the Ox, chance to summon a healing sphere reduced by 40%. That kind of sucks because the healing spheres were a good chunk of your damage. So that's gonna suck. You don't really notice it because you're kind of, if you spinning crane kick, you just get them. But I feel like we will feel that heavy of a reduction. Elixir of Determination, healing reduced to 30% of recently purified damage, was 50%, or a minimum of 8% of your maximum health, was 20%. That's a big change. The 30% of recently purified damage is okay because you do purify a ton of damage. You'll definitely feel that. That's gonna suck. But a minimum of 8% compared to 20%, that sucks. Celestial Brew, healing reduced by 10%. Celestial Brew's shield was massive, so I think that's okay. You could get it up to like 2 or 3 million, so it's still gonna be a hefty shield. Pretense of instability grants 10% dodge, was 15%. So we're gaining. It looks like we're gaining stagger. So we're going to stagger more damage, but we're going to take more damage. So I don't know how much of a change this is going to be, because if we're staggering more and taking more. Sorry, thought I heard something. Staggering more and taking more, it might kind of balance. We might see a little reduction in like the outside self-healing, but most of it is from Purifying Brew, and that didn't get changed. So okay, so I'm not just, upset with these, honestly. Compared to like the Death Knight ones, this is fine. Prop Pallies, oh god, Prop Pallies were my favorite class, and their self-healing was in the toilet. So let's see what happened here. Paladins have a balance of good defenses against both physical and magical damage. They can be in danger if they lose the defensive power of Standing and Concentrate, or if the armor bonus of Shield or the Righteous drops, so we are not reducing any of their passive physical defenses like armor or block. That's good. Thank God. Like druids, paladins have high uptime on their defensive cooldown, so we're pulling back some of their durations to make the timing of their use more important. We would like paladins to have slightly more self-healing, so we are increasing the power of Word of Glory. Thank the heavens. Let's see how much they actually increase. They're going to be like 5%. It's going to be fucking awful. Ugh. Shield of the Righteous increases your armor by 150% of your strength, was 170. The damage reduction effect while standing in Consecrate divine mastery divine bulwark is reduced by 20%. That sucks. That sucks. That's a hefty reduction. Okay. Sanctified plates armor increase no longer applies to bonus armor from Shield of the Righteous. That's Sanctified plates was a really, really strong talent. I remember when it first came out, it was very strong. So that's probably warranted. Maybe not right now because they're already in a bad spot, but it's probably warranted long term. Improve Holy Shield increases your chance to block spells by 8% was 10. That's okay. The Dusk buff of Dusk and Dawn reduces your damage taken by 4% was 5. Probably won't even feel that. Word of Glory 10%. I knew it was going to be shit. I knew it was going to be bad. Word of Glory healing increased by 10%. So now I'll heal 440k instead of 400k. Thank the heavens. God, they suck. Sentinel's duration reduced to 16 seconds was 20. Sentinel you can increase by using holy stuff, so it'll probably sting, but probably not as much as it reads. Eye of Tears duration reduced to 6 seconds was 9 seconds. That's terrible, and that's bad because of Templar, because you used it every pull because of Templar, and now the move that you have to use for one of your hero talents is worse. That sucks. Righteous Power, Holy Paladin, Holy Power abilities reduces cooldowns by 1.5 seconds was 2 seconds. Again, probably won't feel that. It might stack, but probably won't feel too dramatic. You have a lot of defensive cooldowns. All right, well, Pallies aren't nerfed as bad as I thought they would get nerfed. But they're not like, these changes don't make Pallies a viable tank right now. Like every other tank is still gonna have, 3 times their self healing. So I'm gonna shit for Pallies. I wish they didn't change the content creation. I think that was like one of the things that Pallies have to rely on is being in content creation, and now you just took that and reduced it. So that sucks. I'll try Pally out today because I'm curious how it feels. Because they changed damage numbers, so we'll see. Warriors are the strongest tank against physical damage, so they can be vulnerable to magic or periodic damage. In this round of changes, we're increasing their damage taken across the board by reducing the power of defensive stance. We just got a good defensive stance. Warriors also have some strong heals to scale with their maximum health, like in Indomitable and Impending Victory, so we're reducing the power of those abilities to compensate for the 60% increase to stamina. Wait, what? Oh, I think that's probably just talking about the increase from going from Dragonflight to this. Pain and Gain now heals for 2% of your maximum health was 3.15 or 3.5. Impending Victory heals you for 20% of your maximum health was 30%. That sucks. Impending Victory was a really good, if you're in trouble, just hit that button and you're kind of back in it. So 10% reduced on that is you're going to feel that. Defensive Stance reduces damage taken by 16% was 20%. It's just a nerf. It's not, if it was like 10%, it would be, you just wouldn't use it. So this is probably like getting close. If they nerf this again, it's probably getting close to the point where it's just like, just stay in battle stance. Fight Through the Flames causes defensive stance to reduce magic damage you take by 6% was 5%. That's good. Into the Fray increased haste up to 8% was 10%. I don't even use that. I think Mountain Thane and Unstoppable Object or Immovable Force, whatever the other on this note is, synergize really, really well. So I don't even use Into the Fray. Punish reduces damage enemies deal to you by 2% was 3%. Again, that's probably it probably looks fine, but if it's against multiple enemies, it's gonna feel worse as the more people you pull. Enduring Alacrity increases stamina and armor by 8% was 10%. Probably won't notice that too much. Indomitable increases your maximum health by 6% was 10%. That kind of sucks. And heals you for 1% of your maximum health per 20 rage spent was 10 rage. This was probably, Indomitable was probably too strong. Realistically, at the end of my dungeons, like this would be like 60% of my self heal would be this, because you can just blast rage on Mountain Thane. It's pretty good rage spending. So I'm curious to see how noticeable this change is, because you heal you still gonna heal a lot. You still blow through rage very quickly. But you used to get 10% of your maximum health by using a full bar of rage, whereas now you're only gonna get 5%. But still, if you're just building rage and dumping it, that's still not bad. Defender's Aegis reduces shield wall's cooldown by 60 seconds, was 30 seconds. That's good. That's good. Shield wall actually came off cooldown pretty quickly anyways. So that's a nice little change. Impenetrable wall causes shield slam to generate. Okay, so this is, yeah, so this is what I usually, impenetrable wall. Causes shield slam to generate an additional 4 rage, was 3, and reduces the remaining cooldown of shield wall by 6 seconds, was 5 seconds. That's good. That's really good. Wait, hold on. Maybe it's not good. Let's see. The War Within Warrior talents. If I'm thinking of the same talent, then it might be really bad. Let me get this up. Talent calculator. Warriors protection. No. Okay, I'm thinking of heavy repercussions. So which one's, what is this one? Impenetrable, not impenetrable wall. Yeah, impenetrable wall. Search for it. Shield wall. Okay, okay. Yeah, this is the one I think we typically take anyways, or at least I've taken. I was getting shield wall and shield block mixed up there, but yeah, that's actually pretty good. Is shield, between the shield wall cooldown right here and impenetrable wall, you're gonna have shield block or shield wall a lot more often, so that's good. Disrupting shout cooldown increased at 90 seconds, was 75 seconds. That doesn't make any sense. That was something that, like, I feel like we used all the time and wasn't. Wait, disrupting shout we don't even take. That's the, yeah. 1.5 minute cooldown. Yeah, that's not great, but we don't typically take it anyways, so not horrendous. All right. Overall thoughts on this is Death Knight got it the worst. I think that's pretty clear. I'd say Guardian Druid got beat up the most, the second most. All their like big heals got almost cut in half, and then the stuff that like wasn't even that good just got even worse. So that's tough. Brewmaster I think still in a good spot. I think Brewmaster still, I think this is kind of solidifying that they might be the best tank still. So we'll have to play them too. Prot Pallies, I feel like didn't change. They're still gonna get beat up. They're still like, I feel like they're probably worse now. Like I think every tank, if we gotta say they're all got nerfed, they're all gonna be worse. But like Prot Warrior, I think still stands up. Brew still stands up. Vengeance might be hurt a little bit. Oh man, it sucks. I was really enjoying tanking, and I feel like they're gonna lose a lot of people who just started tanking. Quick ranking, I'm saying it's gonna be Brew, Prot, Druid, Vengeance, DK, Pally. I think that's just how it's gonna fall. I think DK just, unless they solve the DK one-shot crisis in Mythic Plus, these changes just are really bad for them. Yeah, they probably got it the worst. All right, this is okay. These are just the changes. All right, we got some tier set tunings. Let's go through these two. Ugh. Arcane damage you deal is increased by 5%, and bleed damage decrease. Okay. Oh, that's whatever. Okay. All right. So yeah, this is rough. For TKs. Like Death, like loot. Why are they nerfing the soul survivability of Death Knight with all this shit? Like they want to put it all on Bone Shield, but I don't know. It doesn't make sense to reduce runic power, reduce that Death Strike stress. Sorry, I was up at 5 a.m. for work. Yeah, they're reducing all their good things, like the things that make Death Knights. They're reducing everything on it, and that's rough. Vengeance feels like it's probably going to be really rough. Mainly for like the reduced healing across different targets, the soul cleave reduction, the reduced uptime on metamorphosis, that's going to hurt. Guardian Druid, just the list of reducing stuff in like this, like reducing that in half, cutting this almost in half, almost doubling Wildfire. Ursock's Fury already sucked, now it sucks more. Cutting Elun's Favored in half. Like they just cut so many of their big abilities in half. That's probably who I'm going to play first, because I want to see how that holds up. Brew, like I said, Brew feels like they said, all right, this is how tanky you are, and you know, this is stagger, this is just blunt tankiness, and they went like this. And I said, oh okay, it's kind of like where it is. And then self-healing dropped a little bit because of like Elixir of Determination, staggering strikes, healing wind, stuff like that. But I feel like their overall are still going to be the better tank, because stagger is like, stagger is how, like I said, stagger is how damage should be distributed on tanks. Like that kind of, there's always an impending threat, it's always coming, and you need to be ahead of it, but you're not running out, getting hit and getting dropped to 10%, and then your healer is just panic healing you back up. So I think Brew is kind of the design. I think Brew is what they're going for other tanks, by saying like, hey, we're going to stabilize the damage. You're going to take more of it, but we're going to stabilize it so there's a chance to heal you up. That's what Brew did. Brew already stabilized your damage and let you take more of it. So we'll see if like, I don't see any changes to mob damage here, which feels like they should be there, but yeah. Tanks will take more damage overall, but shouldn't die significantly more often. Shouldn't die. They shouldn't. They should be fine. What's the worst that could happen? All right. Let's play some games. Can I not update? Okay. Updating the beta right now. Yeah, that wait, did we got another one while we were reading this. Oh no, these are okay. All right. We got some new ones. This was like the normal stuff. Reaper's Mark's now a 45-second duration, was 60 or 45-second cooldown. That's good. Reaper's Mark, I actually like the Deathbringer build for Blood DKs. Swift End now reduces the cooldown of Reaper's Mark by 15 seconds, was 30. So, okay. What's changed? Reaper's Mark, because when I first saw this, I said, oh, cool. So it's going to be like a 15-second cooldown. So they took it and they said, okay, we're going to do 60 seconds. It's too long. We're going to cut it to 45. And they said, Swift End, reducing the cooldown by 30 seconds was too long. We're going to cut it by 15. It's the same cooldown. Ain't shit changed. All right. Consumption's Blood Plague damage occurs 30% more quickly, was 50% in duration reduced. So yeah, that one sucks because like you're just reducing, like just slowing your healing. Rapid Decomposition's Blood Plague and Death and Decay now deal damage 15% faster, was 18. So again, less healing. Coagulopathy now increases Blood Plague damage by 25% per stack, was 30. That's hurting Sand Lane pretty heavily. Yeah, Death Strike was powerful. What? Okay, we already read this. We already read this. We already read this. We already did this. Okay. Okay, not a big deal. Dream Surge no longer increases armor or max health while your demon form is active. I think that's fair. I think Demon Surge was just to keep you alive outside of Metamorphosis. Demon Surge now causes Demon's Bite to generate 15 additional Fury and 5 for Demon Blades while your Demon form is active. Okay, at least you get some Fury back. That's Havoc, though. Regrowth, Initial Heal, Frenzy Regeneration. Yep, we saw those changes. All right. Nothing to a Guardian. I mean, we already saw these Guardian changes. If you guys have followed my channel, you know that I'm a rogue main. So rogues are in a terrible spot right now. Outlaws just kind of shit. Like we don't even take a capstone talent on our hero tree because it's so bad. Okay. Manifestation, Master of Harmony. Okay, manifestation effectiveness reduced to 50%. Balance stratagem effect reduced to 3%. Way of 1,000 strikes, vitality reduced to 30%. That kind of sucks. Aspect of the Harmony's damage contribution reduced to 15% was 20, and healing contribution reduced to 7% was 10. Yeah, it sucks too. Detox now costs 10 energy, was 20. That's good. Chi wave damage reduced by 10%. It's probably good. That shit hits so hard. Chi burst damage reduced by 10%. We already read this. Okay. Paladin. Lightforge Blessing now affects 2 additional allies, was 4. Flash of Light healing increased by 20%. Shield of the Righteousness. We saw that. Skip down Rogue. The Rogue Discord is probably on fire right now. It's probably on fire. That's all we got. They're in such a bad spot. Not only do they do tank damage, but it just feels clunky and poor. It's very bad design. Let's see. Warlock, Warrior. Saw these. Okay. Yeah, then saw PvP stuff, which is not my forte. Overall, if they don't change mob damage at all, then these changes are going to be really bad. If they scale mob damage like accordingly or however they plan to do it, there's no mention of what they're doing. They're just saying it's going to be better. So unless they change that, these might be really bad changes. And the fact that they're like, hey, we're really happy everyone's playing tanks, we're going to ruin them. It's like, okay. It's already hard enough. But all right, so that's this is probably, like I said, the Rogue Discord is probably on fire right now. Every week one of the guys in there says, you know, July 17th, this is the date that we're going to get fixed. And then it's every Tuesday. Or it's every week. So every Wednesday or every Tuesday. It should have been Tuesday. And every week everybody gets all excited and gets all pumped up. This is the time, this is what we're going to do, and then nothing. So that's all right. Let's see how bad we are. I don't think it's going to be, I think for like Warrior and Brew, it's probably okay. Druids probably feel it. Allies probably feel it. But I think like the worst part of it, oh, it's not even up yet. Well then. All right. I thought the build was going out now. Well, might just be a YouTube video then. All right. What do we want to do here? Yeah, servers aren't up yet. All right, let's go through the tanks. Oh. All right. Tank tuning. Okay, so like I said, they just seem to be reducing, like from reading this, they say they want to make damage better. They want to make damage taken better. But what they've done is made us take more damage across the board, heal ourselves less, and there's not really any mention of mob changes, of mob damage. So I don't know, it like some tanks felt like you got beat up really quickly, like Pallies. Like you see some of my Pally streams, I'm fighting for my life in there. And I don't think 10% Word of Glory is gonna do it. When if I'm taking like overall 10-20% more damage, 10% Word of Glory doesn't do shit. The balance isn't there for it. So I think that Pallies are going to be probably, Pallies might be the worst off just because they were already the worst off. But I think as far as actual nerfs, I think Blood DK got it the worst. Blood DK feels like they got, like, look at this list. Oh my god. Like, having their blood shield cap is now 50% of their maximum health. That is a massive nerf to Blood Death Knights. Because part of the, like, if you had a bunch of runic power, or you were, you know, you're generating it and you were just dumping it into shields, at least you felt like you were building that shield up to keep you alive to rebuild runic power. And now you get that cut in half, and you generate less runic power from your abilities. So like, they're just going to be in a bad spot. It's one of those things that, like, good Death Knights are probably going to be fine, but anybody coming in and playing Death Knight and trying it out is going to be a lot worse off because of how resource dependent they are. You need to be pretty aware of that, and this, I feel like, is going to make it very hard to dig yourself out of that hole when you get into it as like a new Death Knight player, because you will get into it. If you're starting to play Death Knight, you'll find yourself at one point with no runes and no runic power, and you'll be getting clapped, and you're like, okay, what do I do? And with all the runic power getting reduced, it's going to make it that much harder. Oh, Jesus. So that's a tough one. Bone shield increasing armor by 20%. I don't think makes up for all the other stuff that you're taking. Like, losing a lot of parry. Actually, you'll probably not notice the parry that bad. What you'll probably notice is this reduction from Heart Strike generating, because if you spam 4 Heart Strikes, you know, you used to get 20 runic power, or, you know, 4 or 5, you could get yourself into a Death Strike, and now you're not really going to be able to get yourself into a Death Strike with Dancing Rune Weapon, mirroring Heart Strike. I mean, if you dump a bunch of them, you will. But what's the Death Strike cost? The Death Strike. No, I don't want the talent. I want the ability. So unless it's changed, okay, so unless it's changed from from Dragonflight to this, it's 45 runic power. So before, I feel like if you had a bunch of runes stored up, like if you were playing Sand Lane, that's how you would go into a pull. You would get your bone shield up, you would get coagulopathy going, and then you would pop vampiric blood, and you would rip through Heart Strikes, and it would blow up. And Heart Strikes, so if you have, was it 8 runes, 8 times 3 is 24, where, you know, so you get 24 runic power now, where you used to get 40. Like that, the more you're stacking Heart Strikes, the worse that this nerf is. So that's an unfortunate side effect of that. Blood Drinker reduces the damage enemy deals to you by 15%. That's gonna be hefty. Oh, yeah, I gotta play. I can't stop yawning. I gotta start playing. These first couple, I mean, Live by the Glaive now restoring 2% instead of 4%. A small percent, but it's a 50% nerf. So you might feel that overall. 6 skin increasing stamina by 60%, 165. Grand scheme of things, 5% is not that bad. Yeah, Dougie. It's no. You're not playing with no tanks. You're only playing with Brewmaster. That's what that's what it is. Brewmaster's the only one that kind of got out relatively alive. Prot Warrior is probably in a good spot too, but yeah, a lot of these other guys, I'm very curious to see how it feels going into it. Like Death Knight, I want to try, but I'm not excited for it. I'm not excited to try it. Vengeance Demon Hunter, As I've always said, it's not my forte. I've played every tank. For some reason, this one is it's just one that I don't get, and it's like I don't know why. Every other tank I can just pick up and play in like 2 days. I can play confidently in high keys. This one I could never figure. I could never just get down. And 20% reduced healing to soul cleave. Frailty is going to be stacking. If you pull 8 mobs and you have frailty from a soul bomb, I think it's soul bomb is what it's called, spirit bomb, whatever the hell it is, whatever Dragon Ball Z it is. This is going to be really bad because if you have 10 packs or 10 mobs, this is going to feel like a 20% reduction in healing. Illuminated sigils grants 12%. You won't feel a 3% parry. I feel like that's very minor. Fiery brand cooldown, that's going to feel it. I think the only way they fix it, Dougie, is if they reduce mob damage. Because like what they could do is say the mob hits for 1,000,000 damage on a physical melee hit, just like a regular hit. They could have him hit for like 25% of that twice as fast, and you still deal with like a constant threat of damage coming in, but it's gonna feel staggered. So you won't get hit for 20% of your health in a swing. You'll get hit for 20% of your health over 5 seconds, but like almost as fast. Like they need to like draw it out so that you're not going like you're not taking 20% of your health, you're taking 5%, 5%, 5%, 5%. And then that way the healer is a little bit more involved. Dude, the blood DK nerfs. Oh, the first time I read that, I was like, this has got to be a joke. Like, why are this whole thing is horrendous for Death Knights. And we're like, this was the first one I went over. The runic power generation. Exactly. If you mess up, that's why I said good Death Knights will be okay. They'll be able to handle this. People who want to play Death Knight are not going to want to play Death Knight because they're going to be like, oh, I thought I healed for a lot, but no, you didn't. Or I should say, yes, you did, but now you don't. And like Blood Shield's cap being cut by 50%, massive. Rune of the Fallen Crusader was just like a passive thing. I don't think you noticed that too much, but generating less runic power, taking less magic damage. That was a big part of Blood DKs. Their magic damage reduction was really good. Leeching Strike, that's such a minor. You won't feel that. You might feel the parry depending on how much parry you already have. But I think what you're mainly going to feel out of all of these is the reduced runic power generation and the reduced healing from Death Strike, the reduced shield from Death Strike, and getting yourself out of the hole that will inevitably happen at one point or another is just going to be twice as hard to get out of. Because sometimes I've caught myself where I'm like, oh shit, I got nothing to keep myself alive right now. I need to buy time, and now you need to buy more time. And like I said, they're not going to feel as good. I genuinely enjoyed Blood Death Knight. I liked Sand Lane, but I liked Deathbringer, I think it is, for the hero talents. Deathbringer felt more like I was utilizing everything, whereas Sand Lane felt like I was just blowing shit up as soon as I hit the pack, and then I was kind of just stagnant for a little bit. But I feel like this hurt Sand Lane probably more than it hurt Deathbringer, which was Sand Lane was probably warranted for a nerf, but not this. This is just hurting everything. Because you got to think too. We're looking at Blood Death Knights, but Unholy, and maybe Frost. I haven't played Frost since like King, but Unholy has Death Strike. Unholy uses that to keep themselves alive. You know, that's one of the benefits of having that like Unholy Death Knight in your group, is that they can kind of self-sustain too. So this is going to hurt Unholy as a DPS too, unless this is only affecting Death Strike for Blood Death Knight. If that's the case, then maybe it doesn't touch them at all. But like when I played Unholy a handful of times, and if I got hit by a big AoE or stepped in something, being able to just smack Death Strike and get myself back up, be like, don't worry about me, it's like a potion. Like you just pop a fucking potion. So it might hurt them too. Yeah, vengeance is bad. The guardian druid got it pretty bad too. I was just talking about that. All of their stuff being almost halved, like all of their healing and their like the main move for druids back in Dragonflight was Ursoc's Fury. It got really bad going into this. It's even worse now. All the healing reduced. Like it's just a staggering amount of reductions for it. Like, I mean, granted, they probably had the best self healing. There was times where I would do a pull, pop all my cooldowns, which really weren't even super cooldowns, just like a what's it called? The beam from the sky, lunar beam. You'd pop that, start raging, start moonfiring or thrashing, I mean, and I would get to like 1.2 million self healing. So, like I said, they were probably warranted to have a little bit of a reduction, but I feel like cutting stuff by 50% is a bit steep. Rage of the Sleeper could probably have done with just a duration reduction or a duration reduction and a cooldown increase. But just nerfing everything on it across the board. Like I said, there was already a build that didn't take it, and now that build's probably just like, okay, it's not as big of a deal anymore. Like I said, Brew had I feel like Brew had almost an equal increase of defensiveness to the nerf that they took. Like having 25% more armor, having the amount of damage staggered increased by 8%, taking 13% more magic damage gets staggered, which was good because that was one of their flaws. They didn't really have anything to defend against magic damage except for Yu'lon's Grace, which you needed to build up. Now it takes a little longer to build up, but if you're in a dungeon and you're kind of consistently taking magic damage, you really don't build that up that quick. You don't have a lot of time to build it up, I should say. So you might feel this a little more in dungeons when there's a lot of heavy casters, which there is in the War Within, because you're going into packs, you're going to be generating 50% of your shield. Actually less, because it's half of your health and it's every 3 seconds. So when you would go into a pack and you'd have 10 seconds, at least you got a 10% shield, because it was 2% every 2 seconds, so 10 seconds would be 5 imps. It was 10. You'd have at least 10% of your max health going into that fight to take that first blast of whatever magic damage before you started purifying and doing all that other stuff. Now you got 1% every 3 seconds. So if you've got 10 seconds in between packs, now you only generate 3% of your maximum health in that shield. So that's the change that might hurt their like initial blast of magic damage, but I'm hoping that magic damage staggered being increased by that much kind of counteracts it. I think it should, but we'll see if you feel it. A lot of their self-healing, I think the healing sphere is reduced by 40% feels like a bit much. I didn't think that they were that strong, the spheres themselves. Staggering strikes, I'm not exactly sure what staggering strike says. I looked it up, but let's see. Staggering strikes monk, I guess Dragonflight, unless that's a new ability. Let's see, War Within. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to get into the game and see what that talent is. Elixir of Determination, that's the one that just procs when you're low on health, I believe. And that did save me. It saved me a lot. Nation monk. Okay. When you fall below 40% health, you gain and absorb for 30% of your recently purified damage. Or the biggest thing is the minimum of 8% instead of 20%. That feels rough. You gain absorb for 30% of recently pacified damage, was 50%. Yeah, that's gonna hurt on tank busters for sure. But again, like, if you get smacked with that, you do have your purified brew to kind of to still bring you up a little bit. So it's not even, I don't think that's gonna hurt as bad. That was like a mini cheat death. I don't think it was something that procs a lot, or that you would use like defensively, to being like, okay, I'll just take this hit and proc this. I don't think you really did that. So it might be more of a passive change. Celestial Brew healing reduced by 10% is a lot, but Celestial Brew shield is so big that might not be that big of a deal. Prop alleys are still shit. They thank God for 10% Word of Glory, or else they would be completely shit. I got so excited when I saw increasing the power of Word of Glory because I was hoping it was going to be in line with the other healing, but 10% increase to Word of Glory is still not enough. Well, let's see. Word of Glory, if you're at like 20% health, it does heal you for like a million. But yeah, 1.1, that's still bad. To get like the full effect of it, you have to be at like 20% health in order to get the full Word of Glory. And it was still, I think I got it to cap at like a 17% heal or like a 10% heal or something like that. It was something so minor. So it's like, yeah, it's probably better than the druid heal and the warrior heal now, but you need to be basically dead for it to be better. Otherwise, it's still going to be a lot worse. All right. Well, I'm hoping we get another blue post that's like, hey, mobs are going to be a lot weaker, or mobs are going to do this, or mobs are going to do that. But right now, it's like, I can't imagine going into like Stone Vault on a pally and just getting absolutely rocked. Or like blood DK on that fight, where you kind of just have to rely on your blood shield on Edna. You're just not going to be able to rely on it anymore. I am very curious to see the feedback. Let's see. I feel like the changes which are different. Okay, hold on. Let's go to the forums. Let's go to the forums and see what the feedback is already before anybody's even been able to play. I'm gonna check to make sure the servers aren't up. Yeah, I heard a little static. Nope, sir. I mean, the beta tab is at least there, but it's still off. Oh, actually, I'm gonna leave this up in the background so I can just pop in and check when that's up. All right, let's go to the forums. Let's just play through there and not my headphones. Actually, I'm gonna turn that down a little bit. All right. The War Within beta. Latest The War Within beta topics. This guy doesn't know. So these are hold strong bliss and not give in to the mob. I'm gonna pull it off screen to see what it says, but I love that the original posts got flagged by everybody. Here we go. Yeah, okay. I want to make sure it wasn't crazy offensive. Excited for the announced changes for tanks. Will make the game healthier in general. Do not give in to the hysterical crybaby mob and revert anything. Do not give in. Hold strong. It was downvoted enough that it says flagged by the community. Your days of being immortal are numbered. Take a step back and try to be a bit more objective. That being said, I love that's so funny. Your days of being immortal are numbered. This makes bad tanks worse, by the way. Despite its intention doing the opposite, these changes won't affect good tanks, but it's kind of annoying that yep. This makes bad tanks worse. That's what it does. And when people are like going into these things, like I feel like you're gonna feel it as a healer, as a DPS, as anybody going into a dungeon with the pickup group. You're gonna feel it when these tanks aren't ready for this. And like I said, these changes won't affect good tanks. I think that's true. I think good tanks will adjust accordingly. But for the majority of people, which is what these changes should be for, I think it's going to hurt. See what else they got. All right, so this is the post. Let's see the replies. I mean, this is the exact experience DPS players have now. I'm not sure when I'll stop laughing at this line alone. Yep, that's true. Can't wait for a few weeks of season 1. People complaining how bad tanks and healers are, crying they can't keep them alive. Each time you mess with tanks, it never ends well. This is going to require some substantial changes to your encounter design to achieve. Time to put your money where your mouth is. They need to, yeah, they need to really adjust the encounters for this, which we don't have a lot of time to adjust encounters. So I'm curious how the hell they're going to do that. Overall, the changes seem like a step in the right direction, but again, it's a step. I do think, okay, so that's where I agree. I think that the changes or their end game goal is good. I don't think it should be spiky damage. I don't think tanks should be, 100 to 20% health and then have to have a combined healer and self-healing to get them back. It should be a little bit more stable and even across the board. How they're doing it so far doesn't feel good. It feels like they're being like, let's just nerf tanks and then see how that feels, and then increase healing and see how that feels, and change. And I don't feel like they have the game plan down. Yep. No offense, but I don't trust you guys to balance the trash in dungeons properly. That's a big one too. The mythic dungeons are absolutely horrible right now, and I doubt that'll actually improve before release, and that's without tank changes. We're at 580 gear. We're at 580 eye level in dungeons. Most in like the general ones, unless you go really high, then you get to like 613. But 580 is pretty low gear. So like we might be feeling really susceptible to damage because of our current gear, and it might not feel that way when we go in there with actual gear. So that's a change. I'm very curious to see how it plays out. Very curious to see how it feels in the live version when we actually go in there with not regular heroic gear and we get a little bit of pieces, to see how these actually feel. Honestly, it's impressive that people are doing like 6s and stuff like that in this bad gear. So it'll probably be a lot easier in the live version. Who wants to tank with these changes? I mean, seriously, yeah, I think we're going to lose a lot of people who want to tank. I mean, having the feeling of, one of the things I liked the most about warriors where they just felt like a brick wall, and that's probably going to change. Probably going to change a little bit. What in the world is going on? Dude, this guy's hurting. Oh my god, it's not showing the right thing on screen. Ugh, sorry about that, guys. So I was reading the forums to see how people were reacting to this. I just realized I went to go highlight something and it wasn't on screen. That's my bad. So I was saying that this guy says, what in the world's going on? And he has all this, like the full list, if you could do this without nerfing it. And I pointed out that he's a blood elf bally, so he's feeling it. He's feeling it rough. Yeah, it feels like generally across the board, people are unhappy with these changes. Dude, let's see paladins right now. Yeah, it feels like people are very unhappy with these changes. I don't want to dive too far into this. I just want to see what the people have. So Death Strike, a nerf will be reverted in PvP or no? Yeah, servers are down. Yep. Keep saying all these nerfs to healers and tanks will let you reduce incoming damage and burst damage, but it never happens. Let's see it. Actually make the game better instead of worse for the least popular roles in the game. How about you actually reduce damage? Yep, they have to reduce damage if they're doing all this stuff. And then when players actually feel too strong, you nerf them. Why do you punish players first with the promise of maybe perhaps sometime in the future they might let the game? Yeah, I think they should have nerfed mob damage first. I agree with this guy. They should have nerfed mob damage before they started nerfing tank defensives. Because I feel like if it's too far, it's gonna feel really bad to test. One, it's gonna feel really bad to play beta and to actually get some feedback. Whereas if you nerfed mobs first and incoming damage, you could see it and see like, oh, these guys are, you know, extremely survivable now in 580 gear. But we might see the opposite, where it's like, oh, we're extremely unsurvivable now. We'll have to see how it goes. Beta tab missing from the realm list. Yeah, still down. Okay. Mythic Plus is a disaster. You need to go through and delete 2 out of 3 mechanics in every dungeon. The dungeons are a complete shit show. Yeah, I don't necessarily think 2 out of 3 of every dungeon, but I just put out a video where I go through and I rank and review every dungeon, every Mythic Plus dungeon in the War Within. And a running theme is that they have too many casts with too little interrupts that actually stop the cast from happening. So you kind of end up in a spot where like you're spending every single one of your stops one after another, and then it goes through. You have all these stops that you're pumping out, you're doing your best to keep everything going, you're doing your best, and you still get casted on because they don't have that silence or that ICD, that cooldown that kicks in when you stun somebody. And I think that if they're doing these changes, they very much should go in there and take a lot of these things out. Throughout every dungeon, there were spaces that I would go into that would feel like, okay, like one of the examples I brought up in the video is in City of Threads, that like third pull where it's the big guy and the 2 small guys. You always go in, you stun the big guy or interrupt the big guy, starts casting again. Guys next to him start casting, you stun them, they immediately start casting again. Pool from the big guy pops up underneath you. You need to move, but now you can't because you've got some diminishing returns on, and these mobs are being stunned for a second and then casting right away again. And it's like shit like that. It's just not enjoyable. It's not fun to play. So I think they do need to change the whole kicks and stuns and stops not being the thing that puts them on an ICD. Definitely a change that I would like to see. I gotta fix my mic 1 second. Bear with me here. There we go. I felt like I was a little hunched down when I was trying to talk. I thought Blizzard was listening for feedback. Demon Hunter, yep. 45% difference, and I think it's okay. Okay, that's not. I thought they were. I'm trying to look for the tank related feedback, but let's see. I think that's hilarious that this guy's excited for the tank changes. Got downvoted enough that it's flagged, and you have to like click to view it. It's so funny. Yeah, generally people are pretty upset. Holy Trinity in WoW, tanks, healers, and DPS is the backbone of epic group adventures like dungeons and raids. What makes every encounter thrilling and team-oriented. Tanks hold the line and keep the big bad's attention. Healers keep everyone alive through the chaos, and DPS bring the pain to enemies. Sticking to this tried and true system makes every role feel essential and every victory feel earned. Let's keep the Holy Trinity strong so every dungeon run is a well-oiled machine of awesome teamwork and epic moments. When tanks become too self-sufficient, it can throw off the balance and diminish the game's cooperative spirit. If tanks can heal themselves and deal significant damage, it lessens the need for healers and DPS. Is he implying that you won't take DPS? Like that's job security. DPS is the one role that will never ever be removed from a dungeon. You're never going to take 2 tanks. That's insane. Lessons in need for heal. You definitely might not take a heal. For these poor healers. There's MDI. God, a couple seasons back, they did like a significant amount of runs without healers, and it was probably like the average healer is like, oh fuck, nobody's gonna. They're just not gonna take me in keys, because that's unfortunately that's the reality of what happens on a high level players play something. It trickles down to people thinking that that's what you need to play, and that's not the case ever. It's never the case, because one, in order to play, or in order for that to be the difference between you timing the key and not, is the class you play on like a high level key. You need to be playing at a very, very high level, and the average people do not play at a very high level. So if you're running a 3 and you feel like you cannot go in there without the meta, you need to rethink it, because you can literally take anything. Throughout the beta, I was just taking whatever queued. I never once was like, the only time I ever didn't take a class is if I already had one. I wouldn't take doubles of stuff because I just wanted variety in every group. But if like a rogue joined, a queued up, like I'd always take them, because I would always take the classes that were undervalued, because I want to see how they do. If nobody's playing them and nobody's testing them, they're not going to get any better. So I love when people play off meta classes, and I think that people need to realize that the meta is just like, there's always going to be a meta. There's always going to be a group of classes that work together the best, that are the best. But you don't need them in 99% of content that most people are doing. And we see that in the MDI when it's like, oh, we saw it in, oh my God, dude. We saw it in season 2 when Og Evoker came out and the Exodia comp came to life of like Bear Druid, Shadow Priest, Mage, Og Evoker, and whatever healer it was. Oh, Holy Pally. That was the single worst season in Mythic Plus I've played in probably 5 years. Like it was bad. I was playing Outlaw Rogue. I was playing Outlaw Rogue, which was one of the worst classes to play in Mythic Plus. I was still able to break 3K. So that right there shows that you don't need to be a meta class to get like a decently high ranking. But the amount of people in low dungeons that felt like, if I'm not taking an Og Evoker and a Mage and a Priest, then we're not going to be able to time this, was crazy. Because the funny thing about Og Evoker, which I hate the class. I'm going to be honest. I hate it. I hate what it did to the game. But the funny thing about Og Evoker is that the worse your group is, the worse that Og Evoker is. So it makes it incredibly hard to balance, because it's based around team damage. So when you have a group that's just pumping an insane amount of damage out, then Og Evoker becomes a top tier spec. But when you have a group that's not putting a lot of damage out, that's making mistakes or dying or anything like that, Og becomes very bad. So if they adjust it to make it better for the worst players, it becomes very, very good for the good players. And if they nerf it because it's too good for the good players, they get absolutely demolished. So it's a super tough balance. It's a super tough balance that they have to find the middle ground for. One second, I'm answering a work call. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying with Og Evokers. This undermines that teamwork makes group content so engaging and enjoyable. Keeping tanks relying on healers and DPS ensures that every member of the group has a crucial role to play, maintaining the excitement and camaraderie that hallmarks the wall. This guy said a whole lot of nothing. Said a whole lot of nothing. What feedback is that? Bro, do you understand how effective mitigation armor is? Do you understand how much effective mitigation armor equals 20% of strength works? Like, tell me how you don't understand defensive stats. 100% agree. As here someone who main tanks, the goals here are good. Tanking should be engaging and healers should be engaged with the tanks. I think smoothing out damage in tank and removing cheap bursts, it's 1000% in the right direction. Tanks currently are immortal in 99% of content. That's not fun or engaging. The only way I tank currently dies is if he dies in 1 to 2 hits, not chip damage. I think you should have time to react instead of thinking I got no idea how I got one shot here. I think that's a generally accurate statement. I think being immortal in 99% of content is an exaggeration, but I get what he's going for and I get what they're going for. Accurate. It's a very strange change. Why are you healing surging? I don't mind the new philosophy, but the nerfs to runic power generation veer into overcorrection territory. I agree with that. That and the loss of bone shield charges from abomination limb have made the resources generation a little funky. Yeah, the first time I played Blood DK, I popped abomination limb expecting to get my bone shield stacks and didn't. And it was like, whoa, hold up. Right, and today's changes actually help. DKs have been immortal in the trash tier, sure. They've also been a tank with the lowest maximum key level due to reaching the point where tank busters one tap them. Very true. Due to lack of preemptive mitigation before any other tank spec. Right, today's changes actually help with that by giving you more armor. And you also have lots of new tools in the, no, it doesn't do that. This, but unironically. These 60k riptides out of tank 7 million health pool are gonna feel juicy. That's funny. Tanking is satisfying as long as your survival depends only on you. It's great to be able to tell your healer, don't worry about me, heal the group. In my opinion, the only interaction that should exist in terms of gameplay between a tank and a healer is an external defensive. Okay. If what you really want is to reinforce the importance of the healer role, you don't have to do it by harming other roles. Do you know why few complain about the nerf to DPS defensives? Because DPS want to do damage, not defend themselves. That is their function and it's not threatened by those changes. That's a good point. On the contrary, if my defensives are not as strong and I depend completely on the healer, then I focus on doing damage and that is good. On the contrary, if my defensives are not as strong and I depend, oh, okay. So as a damage dealer. And not only that, the DPS are the ones who suffer the most from the endless wait to find a healer. If defensive nerf manages to mitigate that, of course they won't complain. Healing is already one of the more stressful roles. It is one of the roles with the most complaints from others. That's why there is such a shortage of healers. Now add new complaints from the tank. The times where a pug healer has told me good tanking friend usually is accompanied by I hardly even had to heal you. Ain't that the truth? Usually is accompanied by I hardly even had to heal you. Yeah, that's something that I've noticed too, is that like he's 100% right. The good tanking compliments are based on how well you're able to keep yourself alive, how well you're able to heal yourself. And to see like these going away, because I think this guy is mostly right. I really enjoyed as a healer or as a tank being like, don't worry about me, I'm good. You know, I'll keep myself alive. I'm okay. Keep everybody else alive. You know, I think that feeling is good because it allows you to, you know, if we're in a situation where I need the healer to focus on group healing, I know I can pop defensive. I can keep myself alive. But if every situation is going to require, I'm having a mic malfunction here. If every situation is going to require a healer to be pumping heals into me and not into the group, then that's going to make the group suffer a little bit. And then with the nerf to DPS defensives, I feel like that's just going to layer out pretty badly. Okay, hold on. I'm having an ordeal here. This thing's falling all over the place. Healing is definitely one of the more stressful roles. I feel like tanking is really not that stressful. It requires more knowledge of the dungeon, but it's really not that stressful. I think that I do notice that on like most boss fights, I do feel immortal, not necessarily in trash, but I feel more Like in most boss fights, I feel like I really don't need to be healed that much. It's only when I do trash balls. So I feel like that's where they should have started. Even on like tyrannical, like there's only a few bosses that I feel like are really hit or miss on if I don't defensive, I'm dead. See what else I got. Oh, are we up yet? Nope, we're still not up. Who in their right mind wants this? These devs need to get in their cloud cars to go work somewhere else. Why does this read like a triple nerf to DK compared to the rest? It does. It is a triple nerf to DKs. Deathstrike loses tons of values if used more often than every 5 seconds. Blood shield from Deathstrike reduced by 50%. This was used as a pseudo defensive. Yeah, that's a huge part. That was 100% used as a pseudo defensive. RP gen or runic power generation nerf. So not only do you want to cast Deathstrike less, you have to cast it less. Deathstrike was compared to shield block. Shield block wasn't touched. That's a great point. Shield block, it was compared to shield block. Shield block wasn't touched. You can't delete Death Knight's healing and nerf its defensive and have them survive. They need real mitigation. Shield block, Iron Fur, yeah. They need something that's like I know that you probably would say Bone Shield, but I don't think that is quite the same. I don't think that's gonna feel the same as a shield block or anything like that. Why is this all over? There we go. Yeah, Death Knight's got it bad. Man, I can't even type. The whole point of a tank is to take big amounts of damage. What the hell are you guys on about with wanting tanks to get help from healers? It hasn't been that way for years. Multiple expansions where tanks have not been relying on healers. No healer is going to be able to keep up with tank with damage profiles out there. Your healers are weak as fuck, not the other way around. God, they couldn't be any more blind. Yeah, I think these changes are over, unless, like I said, unless they change the damage profile. These are very bad changes for tanks, because just playing beta and testing out different tanks, some of them feel like you get hit really hard, and now you're just going to get hit harder. So it's not a good, I know I feel like a broken record saying this over and over again, but they're going to kill anybody who wants to play tank, and they're going to not have any new tanks coming in. Healers are probably going to lose healers, because they're going to be like, I don't want to deal with this. Like, not before, I used to be like, okay, at least the tank's good, I can self-heal everybody else, but now the tank's getting the hell beat out of them, so now I got to focus on him. And then when the DPS dies, they're going to go, I'm literally not getting any heals. It's gonna be like, yeah, I know, because I have to heal the tank. So it's I don't know, I think it's going to be bad for the two most important roles in the dungeon. They're definitely destroying the niche of tanks like Monk and DK, as being able to stagger damage, or a tank like DK has always been known as a tank that can heal itself. These changes are so bewildering. I don't think monks are that affected by these changes, honestly. I think that monks are still in an okay spot. I think they're probably the least affected by it, honestly. On top of that, healer, it's odd because Brewmaster, okay. Very high in the overall, yeah, they were. You pretty much just have like dodge or parry, and you're wearing leather, so you do take a lot more damage. But that's why that's the whole point of stagger. Healers cannot see stagger, and tracking how the monk is clearing stagger would be nearly impossible. Saying that stagger gives healers more time is technically true, but the healers don't actually know how much more time they have. It's a good point. They don't. But I think that like if every tank had like a stagger mechanic, or damage profiles felt the same as a stagger mechanic, overall it'd probably just feel better to tank. No dungeon changes in the build. Yeah, dude, that's what I was looking at too. No mob changes, no damage profile changes, nothing. However, they also have been adding in undocumented mechanics to dungeons, so hopefully there's maybe some undocumented tuning. I think it's very likely there's undocumented tuning, because if they're gonna say we're changing all these damage profiles and we're doing this and this and that and the other thing, think of that blue post. That blue post would be 20 pages long of like, this mob does 90% instead of 100%. This mob does 45 instead of 48, and this one, you know. So I don't think they would put that all out unless they were just doing like a blanket, like this is the reduction for all damage, which it doesn't seem like they're gonna do. I don't think they're gonna put out a post explaining every single individual nerf to mobs. which this build was supposed to come out yesterday, and they said due to some build issues it had to come out today. So they don't, that doesn't really seem like something that's dramatic what they listed as far as like what they had to do to actually change that. That's just number changes. So maybe they did change stuff like that. Maybe they did change mobs. DK is losing percent damage heal its identity, but VDH keeps its souls, and you instantly max blood shield in real content. So you've effectively nerfed blood max HP by 25% against physical damage and solo tank. That's true too. You kind of just naturally build that shield up very quickly. And you kind of, yeah, you nerfed. So one of the things that's in classic WoW, we're gonna do some classic WoW breakdowns. Let me see if I can get the page up, if I still have it. All bookmarks. Oh, I don't. There's a breakdown of effective health basically in classic. That's all you have in classic. You don't really have defensives. So if you have 10 million health and this is of a generalization of effective health pool. If you have 10 million health and a mob hits for 2 million and they hit every 2 seconds, then you can take 5 hits, which takes 10 seconds. Is that enough health for healers to heal you? Yeah. If you have 5 seconds before you die on just like no burst, no dots, no nothing, just a straight hit, 2 million, hit 2 million, then your effective health pool is enough for healers to keep you up unless something goes horribly wrong. And that's kind of how DKs play at a very mundane breakdown. That's kind of how DKs play. It's their effective health pool versus damage taken in initial burst. So when you have tank busters dealing 80% of their health, then they need to be able to have that shield to increase their effective health pool. If they have 10 million health and they can now have 20 million because they have 100% blood shield, then they have 20 million health. That's what they have. And that means they can take hits for their full health and still survive. But now when that's cut in half, they can no longer take those hits. So that's a very basic breakdown of effective health pool, and I think that it applies to DKs more than any other tank. Kind of applies to all of them, but DKs specifically. So the mitigation that they've had taken away from them is just making them worse in higher keys, harder to play for new players, and just generally less effective. Hate to see it because that night was actually pretty fun. Then tanks should tank by taunting and doing no damage. Good input, really valuable input. They want us to play like we're in classic. The irony. That's possible. The idea of changes overall are good, but it does require them to balance the dungeons. Yes, no, see, healers should just heal, DPS should DPS, and tanks well tank the mobs. This is what this seems to be their philosophy is. Worst idea ever. I think I'm going to just refund The War Within and move back to Final Fantasy. As a healer main and off tank, you really keep screwing the game. This guy's cocked on both ends. He's a healer main and an off tank. He's hurting. With a healer, I'm okay with this as long as I'm not just hyper focused on the tank and still allowed to do some DPS. I healed for a long time, not a long time, a season maybe. And I played Resto Shaman. I started playing before the MDI came out, where they were really strong with Acid Rain, and it was just like, oh shit, I just enjoyed Shaman, so it was just like a healthy pick. And one of my favorite parts about it was being able to do big bursty DPS, being able to get those double instant cash chain heals with my trinket and Acid Rain, and every couple pulls just really helped nuke down mobs. So I understand this. This is part of allowed me to do some DPS. Granted, he's a blood elf priest. He might be, yes, which means you're still going to do damage. But yeah, I think healing was a fun part of. Damage dealing was a fun part of healing, because you never felt like if you weren't doing damage or weren't doing enough damage that you were cucking the group or griefing. But when you did do damage, it felt good to add to the group. So I did like that aspect of it. These goals might be good for the health of the game long term. I doubt few could argue that, but timing is everything. This throws every tier list or guide for tanks made off the current beta or whatever we know. First of all, tier lists are bullshit. and I've made tier lists. My recent video is I ranked dungeons, which is just like I rank them on fun. I don't really rank them on good to bad, but I've ranked my tanks on how they feel to play, and this is definitely going to change that video. I think I'm probably gonna have to do another one and break down the changes afterwards. And that video is 2 weeks old, so yeah, I think it's definitely going to change the feel. I think I had Blood Death Knights as like a S tier raid tank, which they might not be anymore, and like a decently ranked Mythic tank, because for the most part you're pretty solid. My wife is texting me. I thought she was working. Oh, yeah. So like all those like rankings, those tier lists, stuff like that. All those are just guesswork, honestly. Nobody knows numbers. Any kind of tier list or any kind of ranking I talk about when I'm judging tanks is purely on feel, purely on gameplay. Which ones feel like you're not going to fight for your life every time, but most tier lists are garbage, and could be changed in a week, like this one just did. You know, everybody who had these are the top 5 tanks to play in the War Within is like, oh shit, you know, these are no longer the top 5 tanks or whatever it is, you know. That's why if you go watch my video, it's all about how they feel, and you guys should go check it out. But any kind of tier list is just so quickly thrown out the window. Any pre-planning or preparation to figure out what tank I and many others wanted to main for the War Within is now on hold because it's so close to pre-patch and release. These changes should have been made weeks ago. It isn't respectful of the players at all. I do agree with that. It's very close to make these changes, but you shouldn't be picking your main. Don't pick your main off of a tier list that you saw online. Pick your main by playing the characters and seeing which ones you like. And short of them being the worst, you can play them. Tanks are different than like DPS. Tanks generally are pretty even with like 1 or 2 that are bad, but even the bad ones you can still manage to do relatively high content. You have outliers, like when Demon Hunter was like, oh yeah, I can stun mobs for 1.5 minutes, and it was like, oh yeah, we're clearly just going to take this all the time. But for the most part, like most tanks are pretty even across the board, at least like by season 2 they're pretty much the same. I think warriors fell short pretty hard in Dragonflight, but even then they were like the #1 tank for like 2 dungeons, you know. They had their niche. But don't pick your main off a tier list. Don't pick your main off of these are the top 5 specs to play. Don't do that. Just play the class you like. Things change so quickly. Like my main's a rogue, and they're in a pretty bad spot right now, and we're really hoping for some gameplay changes, but they're not in a bad spot necessarily because of numbers. They're in a bad spot because their gameplay is bad, which is why I would say don't play rogue. I wouldn't say don't play rogue if they were just low on the damage meters, because if you enjoy playing it, then play it. But right now it feels bad to play a class that feels fun. Well, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Anyways, healers are already having problems healing with the changes you made to them. Now you're telling them, and you're going to have to heal a tank a lot now too. That probably means another 20% across the board healing needed in Mythic Plus. I know you're not going to reduce the damage of all mobs by 20% to make up for that change, so the healers are losing out again. Combine this with the changes to the healing you made, and I'm going to see a lot of 3 DPS groups sitting in Group Finder for days with no hope of ever finding a healer, and now a tank. Maybe. If they nerf dungeon damage across the board, it won't feel bad to heal the tank a lot, because DPS will be taking less damage as well. So damage you would have had to heal on DPS would just be transferred to the tank. So I don't think it'll be like, if they nerf all AoE damage by 20%, then you don't need to heal the DPS as much. You need 1 heal instead of 2. That second heal can go on the tank. So I don't necessarily agree with that concept. A tank and heal are not a team in their current iteration. I think that yes, they should be a team, but I also think that it's what's the word I'm looking for? Not a great design, or not a great goal when most of your dungeons are pugs, and only at like the higher level do you have like people have friend groups, obviously, but a lot of dungeons are pugs, and that's partially because of looking for group. That's another thing that, like, when I was playing, I played classic, played hardcore, played sod for a long time. One of my favorite things about classic was that you were realm only. You were in your realm, and you didn't have all this cross realm, cross this features. He's looking for groups that traded convenience for, you know, community. That's essentially what happened in retail. Is they traded community for convenience, which is good for most people. Most people don't have a lot of time to play. But one of the things I really liked about classic was I was a rogue tank in sod, and I was a very good rogue tank. And it got to the point where I was making friends who, when they were doing stuff, would say, hey, I have a tank, and they would message me. You don't have that camaraderie as much on retail. You do a little bit, but you don't have like out of all the dungeons I've ran, I can count a handful of times that I've been like, oh, this tank was good, I'm gonna add him and message him again later. You know, it's just not as common. So to say that, oh, the healer and the tanker are teams when most of the time they don't even know each other is a bit strenuous, a bit generous on how they're going to play together. Only interaction through an internal thrown on the tank is hardly any better. I've been in plenty of varying level dungeons when the tank overpulls and says F the rest of the group as they die, or solos the boss from 20% health while everyone else tabs out of the screen at boredom. That's me. I'm sorry. If anybody's ever been in my group and I'm playing my monk, all I'm looking for is to get him down to 5 million. That touch of death's coming out strong. So I'll fight for the end. If it's like 50% health, I usually won't, but if it's close, I'll stay alive. But there's been times on my death night that I've straight up asked the group, you want me to finish, or do you want me to die? Do you guys want to be part of this kill, or do you want to just die? Because I knew on my death night I could literally stay alive in solo bosses. Might not be the case anymore, but let's see. So far, a couple of bad experiences with tanks that you yourself admit made mistakes. Do you generalize the interaction of everyone else? Okay, all right. Oh. I think the side effects is a good thing. Tier lists and rerolling the meta have become too dominant in WoW, but for balance purposes, yeah, changes like this should be implemented near the start of the beta. Agreed. Essentially what Blizzard wants is for tanks to be healer mana sponges that auto attack and get threat and contribute nothing to the raid, not even DPS. That's not true, especially if you're a blood DK, because then you don't even have a raid buff to bring. Nice design, real fun. A lot of people are going to want a tank now. That might be a little bit of a biased interaction from a death knight. I think some of the healer specs and optional variation of specs should have the ability to be a true support class that does healing, buffing, and debuffing primarily and spends close to 0 of their time doing direct damage. Give them more options to mitigate damage and buff their group damage indirectly. It still remains very strange that the DPS role got more support options via augmentation design than healers. The changes in the War Within don't really do that. You may spend less time filling with damage because there's more healing to do, but you didn't get any new options for support style filler during healing downtime. Just got less healing downtime. I don't mind the idea of support classes. I think augmentation was done badly, but I don't mind having the idea of support classes. So we'll see. I think it's weird that we got one and we haven't even heard about anything or anything about support classes. I feel like they were like, oh, sorry, we kind of fucked up there. We're just going to ignore that and let them just ride out. So we'll see if they end up bringing any other support classes in. Brewmaster getting buffed, not nerfed. I mean, to be fair, Brewer's been very squishy since the start of Dragonflight. They need buffs for their survivability. This guy hasn't played beta because they're so tanky right now. What was that? No, see, healers should just heal, DPS should DPS, and tanks will tanks mobs. That's not, I think we already looked at that, guys. Yeah, so general consensus is bad change. Don't do it. Bad change, revert. I don't know if that's entirely true. We'll have to see how they actually feel to play. Right now, it feels like it's probably not a good setup, a good change. But, oh, we got, oh no, this was a healing thing 8 days ago. Let's see how healers feel about this. Everybody just texted me, you see the tank healing changes? Yeah, he's one of my buddies that's been talking about coming back for the War Within, but he hasn't played the beta or anything yet. So we just kind of periodically talk about stuff. I don't want to spoil too many things for him. So I just got to tell him, if he asks me like, oh, what's good right now? And I'm like, survival feels good. Like, I just got to give him the overall rundown. But we always text each other about the changes that are happening. And so he messaged me, he was like, is the tanks changing? I said, yeah, I just saw him. I'm talking about him on stream. Yeah, I think healers are probably gonna welcome, most healers probably welcome the change. I don't think they're gonna do that much more healing. I think it's just gonna be more healing on the tank. I think it's just gonna be, rather than healing, 20% on every character, it's going to be 50% on the tank, and then 40% on the DPS, 10% on the healer. Or, I don't know how it breaks down. I think that they need to change damage profiles in dungeons for this to actually work the way that they want it to work. Otherwise, we're just going to see tanks get beat up, healers get fed up, and DPS never be able to find a healer. That's kind of the sad truth right now. Beta tab is back. Still, so servers are down. Still, this is getting old. I love people. People are just chill, bro. It's gonna come up. It's gonna come up. It's almost there. Warband costs. Yeah. I saw when there was a lot less people talking in the tank changes, I thought maybe the servers were up. But no, yeah. I guess they're not still. So like I've said from the beginning, I'm going to reiterate, I think the goal of what they do is good. I think of how they're doing it is bad. I think self-sustain was a big part of being a tank. Like that one guy mentioned, I like being able to say, hey, don't worry about me. I'm chilling. I got this. Take care of the group. I'll keep myself alive. And then have them be able to handle the group. Or when there's damage, like for example in Stone Vault, the second boss puts a shield on and he just channels AoE damage, and it just pulses AoE damage as you have to, once you break the shield, he comes out of it. Times like that, on my monk, I always pop my shield, and it's just so that the healer doesn't need to worry about me. You'll see it in most of my streams, most of my videos, that I always talk about taking stress off the healer as a tank, because you should be able to do that. I think if you're like, your main role is being the damage, the meat shield, then you should have sufficient tools to take stress off the healer. And I think that they're trying to take that a little bit away. And I think a little away is okay, because we should have situations still where we can do it, where it's not like we shouldn't not ever be able to do it. We should just be able to do it on demand, which is where a lot of these self heals, like what's it called, like Renew and Impending Victory, like those are the things that it's like, okay, I can keep myself up for a little bit, you just focus on everybody else. And with those reductions, I think that's going to feel the worst, I think, out of all the changes, is not being able to take stress off the healer by allowing yourself to self heal. So I'm very curious to see how healers handle this. I think we see some people, some people just be like, no, it's so much easier to DPS. Like think of the difference in healing a high fortified key versus being an arcane mage. Being an arcane mage might be the easiest thing right now, which is crazy because arcane is historically not an easy class to play. You could really, has made me consider tanking now, which I've done the last 3 expansions. Yeah, I have. It's gonna put a lot more strain on the healers, I think. We'll see how much it is, because like if their whole goal is to reduce the damage you that you, or not reduce the damage you take, but make it more stable, it might not feel as bad. But Dinger, yeah, I was going into this, going into the War Within, fully ready to tank. I've always off tanked. Like I've been a rogue in raids and a tank in dungeons. That's kind of been the MO. So I was actually looking forward to tanking in the War Within. I have played every tank. I haven't really played rogue much, and I'm probably still going to, considering that the tank I like the most is Brew, and Brew's probably the one that got out of here the least burned. So I'm still gonna do it. But yeah, it's definitely gonna feel like kind of tight. And Matty Meds is supposed to be my healer, so I don't know how he's gonna handle this. We were talking about being a healer tank combo. This is the iteration that Blizzard was talking about. Friends tanking, friends healing, and hopefully they don't ruin that. I think I don't know. I've talked about so much about what I think, and it's really gonna come down to how it feels. As much as I want to definitively say this is a good or bad thing, it's very dependent on how Blizzard reacts. If I go in and just get absolutely annihilated, then they need to make a change. And if it's damage profile or reverting some of these changes, either way, they need to be aware that this is a massive change to throw out 6 weeks before the expansion comes out, and it's going to drastically change people's outlook. So as long as they're aware that this is the level of change that it is, and that they need to be monitoring this very closely, they might be able to stabilize it before the X pack comes out. But I think the first couple weeks of season 1 might not be the most enjoyable for healers or tanks, depending on which one it feels like it gets hit worse. Like as a guardian druid, there was pulls I was healing 1.5 million heals per second, self-healing. Okay, if that cuts completely in half, I'm still okay. You know, if that cuts completely in half for guardian druid, like if they were to just say 50% of all healing from every ability is it's reduced by 50%, you'd still heal twice as much as a prop pally. And you probably heal more than a warrior, you'd heal more than everything. So yeah, they're really bad when you look at the number changes, but how bad they're actually going to feel compared to you really didn't need to heal 1.5 million. I don't know how I'm going to handle this. I think some of the healers, I think some of the tanks are going to be okay still. Like I think guardian druid will still be okay. Brewmaster's still going to be okay. Prot warrior still going to be okay. Yeah, 100%, Matt. If they need to tweak mob damage and make it not so spiky, because part of the issue is that when you got hit with big damage, you were able to play a part in getting yourself out of that hole. And the more they take away from that ability, the more it's going to be on the healers. Like right now, I feel like if I get hit on my warrior for 50% of my health, okay, healer and I are right here. And getting me out of that hole is healer, me, healer, me, healer, me. Now it's going to be healer, me, healer, me, healer, me. And it's going to be shifted a little bit. And as long as they don't shift that to the point where it's healer and it's only healer getting me out of that hole, I think that's where it's going to become really bad. But as long as I have like impending victory healing me for 20% of my max health instead of 30 is pretty detrimental if we're still taking big hits. But if we're taking less damage or more stable damage, and the relationship of incoming heals to self-healing is still balanced, it won't feel that bad. But like that, before when it was 30%, if I got smacked for something, I just right away. It's that potion, full health in two abilities. So as long as it doesn't become like, okay, that didn't do anything when I popped it, and now I have nothing, and it's just the healer, then I think it's gonna be okay. But they do need to change damage output for mobs and dungeons. That's something that we've kind of talked about. That's what's been in the forums too. Is there's definitely going to need to be an adjustment to spiky damage. I hate these changes as much as the next person, but if the intention, as Blizz stated, is to leverage more tank damage against less damage to DPS, it'll be a net positive. If this ends up as burst damage being changed from a holy hell, I have to heal 120% of the DPS's health in 5 seconds or someone dies, to holy hell, I have to keep the tank alive while healing 60% of the DPS's health before the next AoE, then I'm all for it. Dude, Pally is my favorite tank, and I'm definitely going to play him going into it. Favorite tank in Dragonflight, not necessarily in beta, but I am 100% going to play Pally. When I read the description and it said increase the Word of Glory, I was like, yes, finally, we're getting Word of Glory back. And then it said 10% increase, and I said, oh no, we didn't get Word of Glory back. Word of Glory heals less than a potion. Like, actually, I mean, that's probably a bad example. Potion's got a 5-minute cooldown, but Word of Glory heals like 10% of your health if you're lucky. So if it's increasing by 10%, maybe we get a 20% overall heal, which is actually not bad when you can hit it all the time. But when it's based on like attack power scaling, that's why it's so weak. We just don't have the attack power to scale with it. That, like, I don't know. It's not, I can't see a 10% increase. Like if it's a 10% increase to the heal that it does, then your 400k becomes 440k, and that's useless. If it's, I don't know. I don't think it works. If it's 10% increase scaling, maybe that's better. That might be a little bit more beneficial. I think a flat like 10% to the amount is going to be is still going to be bad. As a tank man, I absolutely agree with the idea of these changes. One of my biggest annoyances was doing 20+ keys and having to pull like three packs, completely flooding the screen to the point where you barely knew what's going on. Everyone had to run player profiles to be able to see the mobs that need interrupting. Hopefully this will make Mythic Plus more like the start of Kata dungeons where the pulls are small and dangerous. I don't think it's too much to ask for, of your aging player base to not have anxiety before every pull of 25 mobs. I think it's an exaggeration. Every tank I know prefers methodical pulls of small packs where they know what's going to be happening on screen. As a prop Pally though, what the fuck, we're already, yeah, that was my exact reaction. I'm looking for a paper tie. There's somewhere around here. As a prop Pally main though, what the fuck, we're already so squishy on the beta. WOG 10% healing buff is nice, but that's the point where it's going to be taking at least that much. But what's the point if we're going to be taking at least that much more damage considering all the other nerfs? These nerfs should be happening mid to late expansion as we scale with more haste. Yeah, it's like, yeah, you increased our healing by 10% and then increase the damage we take by 10%. Where's the balance? I guess the hair ties are in the wind. Yeah, Pally was my, like, I played a couple flavor of the month tanks. I like all the tanks, so I don't mind playing flavor of the month ones. Played Bear Druid for a little bit, played Pally for a little bit, but Pally was easily the class I felt the safest on, and now it's not the class I feel the safest on. Did my Twitch stream die? Let's see. No, it's still there. Okay. Yeah, this is the one that I felt the safest on before was Pally because all the defenses. I loved being in control as on the Pally, and not necessarily controlling packs and being able to stun and stuff like that, but being able to control outcomes where if the healer was, got hit with something and I saw somebody else was low, I knew that I could pop the healer with a Word of Glory and just heal the hell out of them. and give them a second to breathe. I could throw Blessing of Spell Warding on them. I could throw Blessing of Protection on them. I could sack them. I could bubble DPS, or I could heal a DPS. You know, there was so much control in the group as a pally, which is what I loved the most about him. And then you also had so many defensives that if there was a time where you needed to take care of somebody else in the group, you could defensive yourself with one of 6 defensives and stay alive no problem. And that now it feels like every defensive, every heal, everything that I need to do is going into keeping myself alive. You don't really have that ability to spot heal other players that are low. And I think that that's, you know, true to pally lore. If you want to get into like the lore aspect of it, being able to take care of your group is very paladin like, and I don't understand why they haven't hitched onto that. Make that the niche for pallies is group sustain, group utility, things like that. I really hope they get buffed. I like them a lot. I think they're a lot of fun, and I really like the consecration change that you are not what is it? Oh, that's not what I was trying to do. You're not dead when you walk out of it. You have a little bit of survivability. You have a little bit of time. You have a little bit of time before you lose that buff you have from being in consecrate. Like that was such a monumental change, I think, for pallies, and now it's like what's going on? Let's see, are we back on yet? No. Come on, let me in. I wonder when the servers are going to go up. Are we going to get any time to play? I can only talk about the same thing for so long. Let's see. All right, let's go back to the forums to see what. Ooh, what's this guy have to say? But we have played with their changes, and we know where things stand. We know where these changes will do that. Them saying will make the dungeons work make me think of 2 things. What about raids? They haven't ever increased the magical stagger for Brewmasters. They said they were putting in 2 to 3 months ago. They just did. They just added that. So wait, are we getting a 60% increase to health now, or is that just the change from? I thought that was just a difference in Dragonflight to War Within. This guy's making it sound like we just, you know, it's late in the development, like we're getting it when we log in. I don't think that's how it's going to go. Those of us who are diehard tanks will adapt, but it will definitely raise the skill floor to a point where it'll be much less likely to entice new players. That's the truth. That's what we were talking about earlier. So can we get the trinket changes undone? Nerfing our damage, then our tankiness kind of makes it hard to be happy about playing a tank. If we want to do this nonsense about tankiness, can we at least get our damage back? Yeah, I don't know if everybody knows, but tank damage trinkets do like 30% less damage if you use them on a tank. So which is good. I think tanks should use defensive trinkets. At least one. I think a cheat death trinket's always good to have, or something along those lines. So I'm okay with that. I think that that's fair. It also kind of sucked back in Dragonflight. What was the trinket that would just blast for like 1,000,000 damage or something insane like that? It was off the Sarkareth, I think it was. That being like, oh, that's a tank trinket, was always kind of like, what? Why is that a tank trinket? And we gave it to our tanks first. But now it's like, you're not going to do that. You're not going to give really good damage trinkets to tanks anymore. If the goal is to make you pull smaller, they better double the timers on dungeons. I don't think the goal is to make you pull smaller. think the goal is to make those pulls more stable. No way in heck this doesn't end up as a straight nerf to healers and make them all feel worse. Are healers getting nerfs in their abilities? Or are they just going to need to heal more? Because I feel like healers have... There's a lot of fights in the dungeons that don't require a lot of healing. That they are trying to... Like Dread Captain in Siege of Borealis. That's such a low damage fight. The healers must be bored out of their minds. They just added some mechanics to add some AoE damage to, I guess, give you guys something to do. But yeah, like I noticed that like in most fights as a tank and most boss fights in dungeons, like the healing per second is like 1/8 of what it is in trash. So I don't know if it's gonna be. I think healers might do less damage. I think they definitely do less damage, but there's always going to be a workaround to that. There's always going to be somebody who finds the class that still does the most damage or still does decent damage while having healing capabilities. If they just redirect healing to the tank, then it doesn't change. If they that's why the whole reducing damage output is so important, because if you're just doubling how much they have to heal, that sucks. If you're redirecting where the heals go, that's okay. That's probably better. DPS doesn't have to worry about getting one shot anymore. They can just focus on damaging, and healer can just focus on healing the tank, which I don't think is a bad concept. It's the spiky damage that's going to be the biggest challenge. Yeah, I agree. I think I was saying this earlier. I think that monk stagger is how every tank should take damage. I know that it's unique to monks right now, so they would never do something like that. But that kind of stable damage over time feeling is probably what their goal is. But they can't come out and say every tank gets a stagger or just be silly. But the spiky damage is, yeah, it's, there's a time and place for it, but there needs to be. If you're going to get hit with an 80% of your health hit, there needs to be 5, 6, 7 seconds in between your next incoming damage that gives the healer time to heal you up. Like if you're doing something, I'm trying to think of an example of taking huge damage like that. I think anytime that you get hit for something that big, there needs to be like a period where the person starts casting something, or the mob does an animation or something like that, like I said, gives the healer time to heal you up without being like, oh, like one of the guys on the forum said, oh shit, I need to heal everybody 120% of their health, to, okay, I need to consistently heal the tank who's taking 50% of his health. It just needs to be transferred. It needs to be stable and manageable. Yeah, they can never actually do it, but I think that damage profile is probably what they're talking about when they say they want to make tanks take more damage, but make them take it in a better way. So I think that I think it's a good example of how tanks should take damage. It's consistent, it's a lot, but it always feels manageable. Like I remember the first time I played Monk on stream. I don't think I had my camera going, but I ran into my first pack on Mist of Turn of Scythe, and my jaw dropped because I was like, I'm not just getting absolutely crushed right now. Like I'd been playing Warrior, who felt really good. Warrior felt really good, and there's still a bunch of spike damage that comes into that. And then just going into the Monk and being like it was literally the equivalent of like that payphone video with the kid like sweating and going crazy. That was Warrior being like, shield block, ignore pain, shield block, ignore pain, shield block, ignore, and like this, cooldown, and you're going back and forth. And then Monk, I'm just like, spinning crane kick, Purify Brew. Oh, Purify Brew. Oh, Celestial Brew. Like it was such a different play style that I was like, okay, that's why I fell in love with the Monk tank, because it was actually enjoyable to go in to high damage situations. So I'm curious to see how all the other tanks that did take those heavily spiky damage and did feel like you were fighting for your life, how they do now that you're going to be fighting even more. Can devs log in right now and play a dozen of +10 keys on beta instead of daydreaming on the spreadsheets? I can be okay with most of these changes. Did they say anything about the difference between armor, leather versus plate? I don't think so. I think they scale similarly. I know my warrior definitely has more damage reduction through armor than my monk does. Actually, they did mention something about damage after mitigation. Let's see if I can find where it was. Yeah, nope, that's not it. To increase overall damage tanks take and their reliance on healers, were primarily increasing the percentage of damage they take after mitigation from steady damage sources like physical attacks. So it looks like, to me, that means they're buffing physical attacks, melees, and reducing, I mean, what? Reducing casts, reducing magic? That doesn't make any sense. We're making fewer reductions to class defenses against burst damage, so that they're like reducing overall tankiness, but they're not really reducing tank buster tankiness. So you're still going to be able to survive by popping your cooldowns on abilities that you should be popping your cooldowns for, but you're just going to take more general damage through like pull to pull sources. But I think increasing the percentage of damage they take after mitigation is just a fancy way of saying lower mitigation, right? Like if I have enough armor to take 60% reduced physical damage and I get hit for 1,000 or say 100, it gets reduced to 40, and then they increase that to 60, then I just reduced 40%. I didn't reduce 60%. So it feels like it's just a weird way of saying that. I do think that this is a solid point. If you're not threatened enough, the most challenging part of endgame content can be keeping DPS and healers alive. There is, I gotta say, when I'm tanking, there's a lot of times that I don't die and everybody else does, and I'm just kind of like I can't help. I mean, to the point where on Grim Batol, in my last video, I talk about one of the mobs there. At the very end, right before the last boss, they cast Corrupt. It's like an uninterruptible, unstoppable ability that channels into one of your DPS or your healer, and it does a ton of damage. Probably a little too much, probably gonna get tuned down a little bit, but I was able to be so okay in those situations that I'm healing the target as well. On my monk, I was casting Vivify and healing that target. So there is situations where I'm definitely like very well off, and but I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that me as a tank being able to do things like that makes you a good tank. It makes you a versatile tank when you're like, okay, I know I'm okay, I can help here, I can help here, okay, this is happening here, I can help that way. And I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's okay for DPS and healers to be threatened. If you have one person out of the three roles that is kind of like a flex player and can help in different situations, then I think it's okay for 2 out of those 3 to take a little bit more damage if that one can help in those situations. I think tanks need to be versatile. I don't like the idea that they just get beat up. They don't do nothing. I mean, warrior's different. Warrior is historically the meat shield, and that's okay. That's what the warrior is. It's understandable what the warrior is. Prop pally to me is the group utility, group healing, group savior. Brew's the one that can kind of keep themselves alive through tank busters. They can take a ton of damage and it's slowed. They can heal large portions of it. It's like a weaker version of DK. And then you got Guardian Druid, who for a while was one of the ones that could self-heal the hell the hell out of themselves and keep themselves alive. And Demon Hunter was the stop. They still have the most stops. And Death Knight was the one that could finish the fight if everybody wiped. They all had their own niches, and I think that's okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm doing a little bit of work on the side here. Okay. Not a full-time creator yet. I gotta do work. Awfully quiet, sorry. Yeah, I think Threat's outdated. I think Threat's very outdated. In like from playing a lot of Classic, dude, Threat sucks. Threat sucks. And I think it should be just like tanks get the Threat. It kind of defeats the purpose of it. No, because you still have taunts for like raid swaps and stuff like that. But I think tanks should just have Threat. There's so many occasions where it's like one where the fucking I got an arcane mage who's doing 2 million damage on a fight, and he grabs one guy, and now I'm playing tag trying to run over and grab him, and it doesn't add any positive aspect to the game. It only adds negatives. So I think that I would like to see that too. I'd like to see threat just be directed to the tank. Like the difference in having a hunter who's misdirecting or a rogue who's tricks of the trading on every pull to not, and having somebody having like mages in your group or just really high bursty classes is such a change. And like I said, it's not fun having to gather mobs and stuff like that. I don't know. I think there should probably be, I get that Threat is like a historical part of the game, but I kind of agree with that. It's not like Classic where like Classic tanks, your job is to keep Threat. Yeah, as a Classic tank, your job was just basically just to keep Threat and DPS. That was pretty much it. Use your one defensive when you needed it. And now we're so far removed from that I don't think Threat's a crucial mechanic in this game. Because 90% of the time it doesn't even matter. Like 90% of the time you have Threat like pretty immediately. It's when you have that one Ret Pally who just nuked everything and popped a trinket that did 2 million damage, or the mage that hit every single cooldown and got every proc, and it's like, okay, now I just got one, now I'm just running around. Take it out. Are we live? Nope, we're not live. What's the over under on when these things come back up? Probably a while, huh? Nope, bueno. In some cases, we've seen it become optimal to do group content without a healer at all. You know, devs are clueless when they're spouting this lie. That's actually not a lie. There's been several occasions that, not the average group, The average people hardly ever, if ever, don't take a healer. But that's also lack of coordination, lack of group, and more of pug. Like if I had a group of my group of buddies wanted to do a key without a healer and we all played the right classes to do that, it's very doable. Maybe not in the beta, but like season 2, I think it was season 2 of Dragonflight, I think, before augmentation came in, we saw that a lot. These changes are every bit as stupid as when you nerfed the damage of mage and priest to try to break the god comp in Dragonflight season 2, with everyone half a brain cell knew that the strength of the comp was in its interlocking utility and buffs. Healers have complained ad nauseum that healing isn't fun. Today you've made the worst healing chores, babysitting the tank, relevant again. You've simultaneously pissed off tanks by removing their self-reliance and made healing even less fun. Refer back to this post in 3 months when you finally admitted defeat and you're backing out of this change. Okay, so a couple things there. Healers have complained ad nauseum that healing isn't fun. I think that's a bit of an oxymoron. I think that dealing damage as a healer is fun, but you're healing. What do you mean it's not fun to heal? You're healing. You picked a healer. Pick a DPS. Why are you picking a healer if you don't think healing's fun? That's I feel like that's a jaded healer who's mad that they can't DPS and just have they can't just DPS poorly and be like, well, I'm the healer. Like now they actually have a responsibility. Because I think that's a crazy statement to say healers have complained ad nauseum that healing isn't fun, because I had a lot of fun healing. Like part of the fun was damage, but if I hated healing, I wouldn't play a healer. Like that, that's a crazy concept, I know, but these changes and the healing changes show how little Blizzard understands the game. The fundamental issue is that you are creating too many mechanics in every single trash pack that puts way too much damage out on the group, which forces the healer to heal a DPS and not the tank, which forces the tank to have self-sustain. That's true. All of your changes are reintroducing kiting as a core tanking mechanic. Please don't do that. That would make me stop tanking if we get kite meta. Re-examine your mob ability design, not the tank and heal. You know, if all of these people might eat their words if they come out and say, yep, we changed all the mobs. We've been working on this for a month in the background. We've changed every mob. We've changed, we've brought back the stun causes of silence. We've brought back all of it. It's all done. This isn't going to impact BDK much at all. We really only limit BDK from solo tanking raid encounters. If anything, you just have to ensure you're using your RP more effectively. Overcapping is largely unpenalized in current implementation and keys below title. I think it impacts blood DK a lot in dungeons. I think they have it very, very easy as a raid tank. I think it impacts them way more. I really hope the devs revert tank and healers back to the original Trinity system. Damage classes are damage classes for a reason. We don't need anyone doing millions of damage between tank mechanics and healing. Oh, we don't need everyone doing. Leave healers that want to damage to certain specs where they are in the fantasy discipline. Yeah, that makes sense. Just stating a point that if every role is only meant to do their role, and then one role should not be punished, should not be outshining another in a role they don't play. Okay. Hopefully DKs can death strike 7 times per second to counteract every melee swing, 99%ing them in high fort keys. The only way this would work would be to punish every tank to 98 to 99% mitigation and remove tank healing. Also, don't forget to double all the timers so tanks can pull 1 pack at a time in Mythic Plus until they outgear the F out of it. A bit of an exaggeration, I think. I think we can agree on that. They're not. The only people tanks are healing more than a healer are themselves. Yeah. Still feels bad because you're invalidating a role still. Not really. I think you're helping the role. Helping the role be better at the role. Yeah, this was a big thing. It was a nerf to Death Strike. side by side with the nerf to runic power is definitely gonna hurt. That's probably gonna be the most effect, the biggest change for DKs. Ooh, too long, didn't read. Actually, that's all that's left. Let's see what this guy seems to have quite a lot to say. One sec. Oh. Quick readjust. How does Blizz so completely miss the mark and just not understand the game they've been building for this long? Incoming tank damage has nothing to do with how dungeons are tuned. Bold statement. Tanks have not become comparatively tankier than other specs. 2 for 2. If anything, other specs have become overpoweringly tanky and self-sustaining. Maybe. Not overpoweringly tanky. I think that's a stretch. DPS defensives are the reasons that you can do dungeons without a healer, and it is something that all theory crafters of WoW have been pointing out the entirety of beta. I do think that DPS have a little bit too many defensives, but they have defensives because of game design. They need to be able to not be one-shot. So we need to take out those one-shot mechanics so that we can take out DPS defensives. This isn't going to force tanks to pull small or create some kind of codependent relationship between the tank and healer that you dream about at night. That's probably the biggest joke, is the whole, you need to be interlocked with your healer. It's not going to happen. This is going to bring back the dark days of tank kiting. Do nothing to impact the spikiness of the DPS and healers, since nothing... Wait, what? This is going to bring back the dark days of tank kiting. Do nothing to impact the spikiness to the DPS and healers, since nothing that targets DPS or healers is a danger to tanks to begin with, and doesn't change the damage profile of dungeons. To fix dungeons in Raid, you need to remove the defensive power of DPS classes, create more low, consistent, uninterruptible damage, and eliminate the number of one-shot mechanics in the game. So far, that's probably the only thing I agree with him on. Who cares if a tank can be self-sufficient? Tanks should have a self-sustainability to make tanking more engaging. It's the reason that active mitigation was put into the game. Making tanks squishier doesn't limit how big a group pulls in dungeons. It never has. All through Shadowlands, kite meta proved that. Yeah, you just pull really, really big and run. And then you just, as long as you had threat and had a way to keep it while you were running, you were fine. The size of pulls have always been decided by what the DPS and healers can reasonably CC so that people don't get one shot. If you create constant uninterruptible rot damage and pulls, you both create a natural limit to the size of pulls that a healer is capable of, and reduce the power of DPS defensives in the game. I kind of agree with him on that. I think rot damage is probably the most likely thing we see going into this X-Pack, because we see a lot more rot damage and a lot less spiky damage. Just have the healer have to consistently heal. Maybe make some adjustments to mana, so that they're not just blasting mana every pull. And just create something that's just kind of, like you said, low. Where is it? What did he say? More low, consistent, uninterruptible damage. And the healer can the healer can manage, but isn't blasting cooldowns to get people up through. TLDR, you put it in after I started reading it. Thanks, bud. Tank nerfs ain't the answer. Nerf all DPS defensives in the game, institute more interruptible, low consistent group damage, and get rid of the huge number of one-shots that exist, and you will fix what the actual problem is. Please don't go into another beta cycle without listening to what people are telling you. I think getting rid of the huge number of one-shots is a huge W if they were to do that. I think the tank can still have one-shot mechanics, because tanks have defensives purely for that purpose, to handle that. You know, if I got 10 million health and I'm going to get hit for 10 million damage, but I have an ability that cuts that by 30%, then that's the ability that I use, you know? And if you don't use it, you get punished. I think it's fair. I can use Holy Trinity too. I can use Oh. Okay. And this week's beta update will be reducing the damage modifier of Fortified from 30% to 20%. Our goal is to reduce the overall damage to the group to offset the fact that tanks will likely need a bit more external healing. Your feedback is greatly appreciated. We'll be keeping a close eye on dungeons and raid testing. So that's good. I think that's a really good change. That's a step in the right direction. They kind of swung this one out a minute ago. So yeah, I think it's a step in the right direction. Oh, servers are live, and they came back with live servers and a fortified nerf. All right, let's do this. All right, actually, I'm gonna take a quick 2-minute break, get some water. I've just been yapping, been a certified yapper for like 2.5 hours. So I'm gonna take a quick 5, and then we're gonna jump right into this. All right, I think we're back. I think we're back in action. All right, what do we play first? Ugh. I'm really curious about Feral Druid. DK is not my forte. So we'll see how that actually goes when I play it, but I don't want to jump into him first. Brew is, like I said, still probably fine. Let's do Pally. Let's do the Pally, dude. Ugh. I also want to see if anybody came back after that post and was like, after the announcement for, oh, I guess I closed that off. Wow. Tank tuning in the War Within. Okay. Let's see if anybody had any feedback after that announced nerf. Delete someone just says delete fortified and tyrannical. I think fortified and tyrannical are probably the better ones. All right. Well, we're gonna start off easy. We're gonna dive into Mist. I don't want to be Templar. It's either gonna go good or bad. Like, it's, ooh. I also haven't played Pally in a minute. I've been playing my monk a bunch, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. Let's do a 3 Mist. 3 Mists is very survivable, or was very survivable. So. And my Pally is pretty like, it's pretty optimized. I'm not sure how much these stats are correct as far as like haste and mastery stacking, but I mean, haste is definitely something we're gonna need. Do we have any groups? 7, 7. Okay. What am I using for trinkets? I don't like that one at all. I don't know why I'm using that one. I like Remnant of Darkness. It's got a damage aspect to it, but it does give you a lot of, there we go. It does give you a lot of stats too.
What brings you here?
Oh, never mind. I was like, oh, they have the new ones, but it's just an incorporeal icon that I haven't seen in forever. Let's get retake here. Valley. What do we have? That. Go warrior. May God guide us on our quest. Let's see. Word of Glory. Word of Glory, tooltip wise, much better. 250% puts it at like 2.5 million or something like that. To 2.5 million. 2.5 million when you're very low is not bad, but I don't like that it's based on health. What am I doing here? Let's pop this. Let's hit a Diva Horizon. Ready, check it. All right. Key in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Activate. Pop the Holy Bulwark on me. We're gonna go in here. That's cool. I mean, it does feel better. Heals me for a little bit more health. Actually, substantially more health. Oh, I'm in the frontal. Okay. substantially more health than it was doing before. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Pull these guys over. There we go. I keep on hitting. I'm playing monk right now as I'm playing this thing. Like I keep on hitting spinning crane kick. That was actually a pretty hefty heal, but it's my shield of the righteous. So it's a little bit of another learning curve right now. It doesn't feel that much worse. I'm also not popping defensives, so on that note, it does feel better. It feels like it kind of does something now, the Word of Glory, so I guess that's a better change than I expected it to be. Like, I feel like if I just work it in, I do have decent self-healing. It's definitely more than what I had before. Like, definitely more than what I had before. Like I said, I'm still getting back into, you know, playing Pally again. But it's coming back. It's like riding a bike. Ooh. That was a fat heal. It's a much better oh shit moment than it was before. Oh, Tauren. Yeah, it's a much better oh shit button than it was before. It's like general heals aren't too dramatic. But yeah, definitely feels like a better oh shit button. Most of I was going into this before. Oh shit, I don't even have that on my thing. I was going into this before popping cooldowns on almost every pull, and this time I'm really not. So I don't know. Maybe they did lower the damage profile of it. Oh, we don't even have Ford on. That's why. Get over here. I wish they did one with Ford, huh? Double Furious Thrashing feels bad. I'm gonna throw that out. Oh, sweet. See, I should have targeted the healer there, and I didn't, but it still went on him, so that's a plus. I hate Bramble Bash, dude. That shit sucks. It's so ass. Okay. You gotta kill this thing before we pull this. The only time that this thing sucks. I prefer YouTube because that's where it's easier, not easier, but that's where I make content on. So I think I just have a little bit of a better following on that. But I'm just multi-streaming because why not? Yeah, people blasted, bro. I didn't want to move him this way, but there we go. There's a weapon for whoever gets it. I'm not gonna lie. So far, Ally doesn't feel that bad. I mean, I'm not healing a lot, so it's not like my self healing, that 10% increase is really doing it. It's just. Then again, like I said, I'm not on Fort or Tyran. I wasn't really thinking about that when I went to the group. Gotta be honest, I've done this dungeon so many times, I'm still not sure which one you're supposed to fight first. Oh, I should have. I was waiting for like, who do I want to put that on? Oh shit! Move quick. There we go. Good jump from that warrior. It's actually not feeling that bad. I should have done one with unfortified. I feel like you do notice the Word of Glory increase, which I really didn't think you were going to. It feels better when you're hitting it because you're like, oh, I'm gonna die. It actually like heals a good chunk of your health. Like, it's labeled at 634k. So when you're low health and it does 250% increased, it's a good chunk. Pretty hefty. Oh, I thought I missed that shield. I was like, how did I miss that shield? These changes were dumb. Whoever said they needed to do these changes were not thinking right. Nothing like spending my fucking CD or my stun just to have them immediately cast again. Flower, leaf in a ring, leaf, leaf, leaf. Pop that. Need my mount. Need my mount. Yeah, I felt like the last time I played Pally, I was very heavily, very heavily cooldown reliant, and this one doesn't feel as bad. Get these guys down. But like, yeah, like I just had like a 2 million heal there. That Word of Glory actually feels much better to hit. Not gonna lie, it definitely feels much better to hit. What's that one? Got leaf, flower ring, flower ring. I'm going leaf. I'm going leaf. I'm going leaf. It's hard to compare too because I haven't played any other classes, but yeah, it doesn't feel terrible. Oh, okay, cool. Stunned him and it didn't do anything. I'm not doing any better throughout dungeons or like throughout like from pull to pull, but I feel better about getting myself out of bad situations than I did before.
I need to target something first.
Like that was a fat heal. Flower, leaf in a ring, leaf in a ring. I'm going flower. Wait. What's this one? What's this one?
That wasn't right.
That wasn't right. I gotta do one on a fort key. The fact that they just made fort 20% increase in damage and not 30 was a big change, and I'm curious to see how that plays out. There's only 2 options, so I guess it's this way.
You're almost there.
Ooh, this is that new anima ability is tough. That shit hits hard. Big heal. Big heal. About 2 million. This thing, 440k every second for 4 seconds and stacks. That can sting sometimes, for sure. Oh, like my self healing when I pop. Oh, it's Holy Bulwark mostly, but Word of Glory is even better there too. Average is 1.6 mil. That's much better. That's what you got at like max. I'm not even looking at what thing it was. Flower, flower, leaf. What's this one? Leaf. It's leaf.
You're almost there.
Don't know if this puts Pally like in a better position because I got to see how the other classes feel. But I also I gotta say fortified too. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. But it does make Word of Glory feel less like I'm wasting a global cooldown, so that's a big plus. Especially when it reduces the cooldown of my bulwark and stuff like that, which I'm definitely not using efficiently right now. Disclose that poison off of me. Flower, flower, ring, no leaf. I'm going ring, no leaf. What's that one? Yeah, leaf.
No fooling you.
His leaf. Ooh, that one kind of stung. Whoa, I thought I think I should have just died there, technically. Freedom. Oh, consecrate. I gotta see. I know they made that big change too. If they, oh, this is not great. Thank God for the double shield. Leaf, flower, leaf, flower. It's flower. Okay, let's see real quick. That aura mastery. Where's this? Oh, this warrior's gonna come back. Okay, so I can chill for a second. Damage taken is reduced by 11%. That's way worse. The plus side is it makes it so it's like it's not feeling as if you need to be in your consecrate 1000% of the time. So that's, I guess that's a nice quality of life change, but it hurts the fact that being in consecrate was good. I'd rather have to be in consecrate than anything else. Oh, that guy just got nuked. That was nice. Ring. Oh, you crazy motherfucker. I'm just gonna pop this twice to give the shield so that we can nuke this. Oh, I think, oh damn it, it's not gonna work for Dark Prayer. Ooh, watch out guys, that hurts. That actually hurts the fox now. Those the frontals. Oh, that was my fault. That was my fault, not paying attention. Sorry about that, team.
One of us is not like the
No ring. Yeah, so we're chilling right here. Overall, feels pretty good. Doesn't feel any worse, which is what I thought it would feel like. I think I want to main Brew. Brew's been the most fun so far. It's probably the one that got the least nerfs in here too, which is a good benefit, a good bonus. But Pally doesn't feel as bad as it did the first couple times I've played it. Oh shit, I just got stunned. So Pally is one of the classes I like the most. I'm gonna move. Wait, are we supposed to be in a group together here? What are you doing? Why are you trying to kill me, bud? I was like, is there a new mechanic that I haven't heard about? We probably get those beetles in the long term. Pop a defensive while I build up some sticks. Another one. Boom, here they come. Ooh, somebody just got beat up. Ooh, move me, help me. Move me a little bit more. Did I have weak auras on this valley? I don't know if I did or not. I'm gonna pop full walk going in here on him, the healer, so he can breathe for a second. Yeah, they definitely don't feel worse. That's a exciting thing. Can't stun that, can't stun that. There we go. Yeah, it actually does feel... I'm probably not playing this as well as I should be playing it either. Oh, I can't even dispel that. But it doesn't feel as bad as I thought it would. I still feel like I get beat up a little bit, but I feel like Word of Glory actually has some value when I press it. As where before it had no value when I pressed it. Oops, see you later. Oh, he's good. That was a nice shield. I didn't think I was gonna hit everybody with it. I've played this once. Ooh, yeet. It's just a boost. Just trying to get myself over the edge. Here we go. I'm gonna give this guy the weapon. I played this once with the new mechanics. The new mechanics don't feel like anything crazy. Like sometimes you're just running out anyways because you have Spirit Link or Mind Link or whatever. So it doesn't feel like a big deal to have to run away. Like I'm just gonna dip. See, like I'm dipping. Come on. Will somebody spread with me? What the fuck, bro? Why is this dude running with me? We're not lovers in the night. You don't need to be on top of me. Will you break the link with me? Will you break the link with me? Oh my god. Break the fucking link, my guys. I'm gonna pop this so that I can afford to do that. Don't take it. Don't take it. Don't take it. Don't take it. Oh, what's going on? I don't understand what mechanic says when you're getting chased to run away from the tank. Which mechanic is that? Like, if you're getting chased by the bugs, just bring them over. I can grab them. But if you're way in Narnia running in a circle, I'm not going out there to get it. Yes, this guy or the healer is saying, please break the link. And yeah, you should. Oh, my ass is so asleep, it's dreaming. Yeah, the dude was literally like, he's talking about how he's taking so much damage in tether, and it's like, yeah, he was right with me. I don't know why he was deciding to stay like that. What are you doing, my guy? I've never seen a group have such a difficulty with the mind link. Ooh, moving over here. All right, we got to go this way. Who's not gonna run? Get me the fuck away from y'all. Beautiful. See how the butt fuck mechanic? Yeah, for real. Like, why are you on top of me? Nuke the shield. Nuke the shield. We don't need to run away for anything. Nice job. You get a shield. And you get a heal. It's old Pally again. I feel like I'm... Oh my god. Dip, 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 dip. See, that's how you spread it. That's how... Oh, that's how you not spread it, I guess. Come over here. I'm just going to do this and bubble taunt, and there we go. I got everything back. See, when you come to the tank comes for you. Awesome. Did we even time that? I don't think we did. GG, all objectives? What? The chest don't work? Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. I'm just over here thinking, like, did we not clear it? But no, that person popped up, so it's over. Ready for launch. Okay, so all in all, this guy's going to Stormwind. All in all, Pally doesn't feel that bad. I don't feel like a noticeable change in tankiness. Probably better self-healing with the Word of Glory actually doing something, and it feels like a better oh shit button to hit. You know, when I was low on health, it actually felt like I would heal myself for, you know, 20-ish% when I really needed it. Instead of before, how it was, I think it was like 250k or something like that. Like it was really, really bad. So good change, I guess. I mean, I didn't feel outwardly weaker. Self-healing's probably about the same. My Word of Glory on average was 800k, which is much more than it used to be. 400k, so it is like almost a double. So not bad. Now let's try Bear Druid. Will Ferrell, baby. All right. What am I talent's all good. The Loon's chosen. Yeah, this is my easy build. Rage of Le Sleeper. 1 minute. Is that the change? I thought it did less than 20%. Let's see. Let me find actual changes. I didn't think it did 20% anymore. Come on. Unless it's, I mean, I'm assuming it went live today. Oh, it used to be 25. Okay. Cool. Let's, I'm gonna go for a 4, just so I can get fortified involved. Or Tyran, whatever it is. Not 3. I just literally said 4 and then bought a 3. I'm gonna do Mist. Mist is like a fairly easy dungeon, and I try to use that for like my control. Like if I do Mist and then I go in, and I know I'm up in a key level, but if I do Mist and then I'm like, oh, okay, let's go do Grim Patrol, like those are gonna feel completely different. So we're gonna be doing a bunch of Mist. Cool. Cool. All right. Oh, wait. Thought he was a DPS. He was probably the better option, but I already invited the first guy. Sorry, dude. It's very uncommon that you just get 3 healers to pop in immediately. I just started inviting people. This is my easy build. These are just macro to Iron Fur. What do we got? Yeah, we'll take you. If you're willing to come on in, then I'm willing to take you. BM. Was missed, yeah? Yeah.
Time is money, friend.
Mist Eternal Scythe is also one of my favorite dungeons that we have right now. It's like Mist and Necrotic. Have any food? Sometimes I have food on my guys. Nope. Let's see how the big bad bear does. See how I do, just jumping from tank to tank and trying to remember how to play everything. I kind of settled into brew, and then they threw a whole monkey wrench and everything, and now I'm like, all right, well, now let's try everything else out. I want to see if I can still break like the big heals. Like, oh, I still have, wait. No, it's not anything worth looking at. But still, hefty heals kind of just are generally. Current segment, where is Homeboy? I wish I had double charge. Double charge feels so good on a warrior. Reload quickly. Okay. Kick him. If I can break 1,000,000 self-healing still, then we're chilling. But it's... Let's see, Aloon's favored. Yeah, 25% is a big drop from 40%. Same, I guess they're trying to match that. 25% for 25%, so it's equal across the board. But it still doesn't feel... I mean, one was so much better. All right, Keystone in. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Some people prop potions, so I like to do the countdown. All right, I am a Tauren. We're gonna go this way. I don't want to pull that side pack. Oh. I immediately forgot what button I needed to press. I mean, still ripping like a giant amount of healing. Like, that's still kind of nutty. Woo! Definitely feeling it in the ramp a little bit. You do have just like a substantial amount of ramp. You always have. But yeah, 1,000,000 self-healing. So it's still strong. I feel like I'm getting hit a little bit harder on this than I felt my pally, honestly. And that healer is no joke. I mean, he's got 500k healing. I'm just a demon on the healing meter right now. Can the lock do it? No, he doesn't know what he's doing. Oh, and we lost somebody. Fire's back with buffs. Oh. I was like, wait, what? Can somebody interrupt that fella, please? Ooh, ooh. Frenzied regen! Frenzied regen! It's not enough anymore! Frenzied regen, frenzied regen, frenzied regen. We got that other guy back, so that's nice. Does still feel like I heal a fuck ton. I'm gonna be honest. It feels like ain't shit changed. Still have a problem with threat. That's fair. Oh, I did not mean to hit my fucking lunar beam there. That's gonna sting. He's gonna bramble again. Nice, there we go. Dude, after the wildfire, it's kind of a fat heal. Up this. Ooh, we're gonna need to go this way. Ooh. Gonna thrash right on top of it. Cool. Cool beans. He's gonna bramble, so I gotta move now. Ooh. Okay, okay. I get it. I get it. I'm weaker. Yeah, I mean, this guy's no joke as a fucking healer either. Okay. I haven't even used mine before. This feels the same as it did before. Yeah, like on tanks, I mean on bosses, I really don't feel bad at all. Okay. I guess we can probably nuke this guy. Yeah, let's nuke him. No, no, nuke him. Okay. Book it, dog. Life's a risk.
Yay! More friends are here to play. Come along.
Yeah, I don't feel worse, honestly. I don't really feel a change. So many interrupts just for it to go off and anyways. Such an annoying new change. Not the offline guy. Leave him be. What the hell did he die by? Revive, even though he probably pops up right there within eyesight. We got leaf. We got flower. We got leaf. We got leaf. It's right here. Oh, I don't get why sometimes it stuns them and other times it does not stun them. Ooh-wee. Frenzied regen. Big heal. But I get smacked by. Misfail tier. Flower. Leaf. He did it. Good guess. I thought I was just going to disconnect there. It froze for a second. Damn it. I hate these new moves. Ow. Wonder how this healer feels because he is healing the shit out of me. I'm just gonna stand here. Oh my god, that was a bad decision. Flower, leaf, leaf. At this. Oh my god, my bad. I was so confident in that leaf. Or flower. Yeah, I guess the mage ain't coming back. He was all happy about his buffs, and then he just decided not to show up. What is this one? Ring. I think this is it? Ring? Leaf, leaf, yeah. We're gonna go here. Thank God, I couldn't fuck up twice. Whoa. I mean, I hit 1.3 million heals there, so that's hefty. Still somehow almost died, but... Ugh. Get clapped on a couple of these abilities. Yeah, you charge and I charge, bitch.
Open your mind to the whispers.
Get this guy quick before they fucking mist ward. Before they do that. Ain't that a son of a bitch, bro? Kill these motherfuckers. Kill them. I feel like I'm getting a little bit more beat up on this guy than I do my other guy. We got leaf, we got flower. Yep, these trash changes do suck. Flower, ring. It's here. Yeah, it's still in full and it's a ring.
You did it! Good guess.
Let's pop that. Do you still feel like I got plenty of energy or plenty of rage?
Open your mind.
I don't feel like I'm hurting on resources. I do feel like I'm kind of heavier into the defensives than I was before. That was a massive shot. Holy shit. Why is that doing that much damage to me? I guess, I mean, I probably should have defensive for it, but that's like a bit of trash. Yeah. Ooh, that's a frontal, guys. You gotta stay away from that. And I think I'm dead now too. Yep. I'm gonna take the release. But I'm take the soul stone. Oh, we just lost the other guy too. Yeah, I don't know if we like don't have damage for this or what, but yeah, it's probably GG now. We got everybody fucking gone, and this somehow this thing is healed all the way up to full health. Gotta be in the pool or something. Yeah, unfortunate on this. Yeah, I'm not looking forward to playing DK at all. Like, I don't even think I'm gonna take it into a fortified one. I'm gonna take it into like just a 3. Yeah, I noticed a little bit. I mean, it's hard to tell. I didn't have Fort on my pally, and it was like so much easier. Okay, everybody's gone. Maybe I swap the DK right now. I still have a shit ton of healing. Like I still healed a ton on the druid, so it's not like you're just shit out of luck. You do take a little bit more flack going into stuff than normal, so that ramp phase is a little tougher. Definitely felt like I was using bark skin and all those defensives kind of more frequently, but yeah, overall it's not the worst. It's not like it doesn't feel like a terrible change. All right, let's play DK. I fucking almost want to just do a heroic. Do I play Sand Lane? Do I play Sand Lane or do I play Deathbringer? Probably Sand Lane. Yeah, that should be fine. Not a super DK player, and I'm more familiar with Sand Lane than Deathbringer, so I'm not taking him into fuck, I gotta take him into a fort game. I wasn't originally, but if I'm going across the board and having a control group, I gotta have them all the same. I'm already like a mediocre Death Knight, so this is gonna be a trip. I do have a shit ton of health. Monks, I think, have the most throughput for healers, so get in here, buddy. Hi. Hey. Are you ready to heal me? Get on in. Guess he didn't want to get on in here. Well then. Get on in here. I'll take anyone. Okay. All right, try to. Okay, so that one, I'm gonna take this. That one's I can automatically cast it myself, but that was when I was playing DK a little bit more, and I could just say I was aware enough to have 2 different buttons. I don't have 2 different buttons. I'm doing target marker. Icebound Fortitude. Yeah, Icebound Fortitude. Vampiric. So the whole Sand Lane build up is build your bone shield up. Death Strike for coagulopathy, Blood Boil, and then just rip into some Heart Strikes with Vampiric Strikes. I think that's how it goes. I haven't played it in a hot minute. Range frames have mana bar inside window now. I don't see that shit. I don't see that. Get in here, mage. Do we double mage? What do we got? There's a frost mage. Okay, canceled. That makes my decision a lot easier.
Interesting. Have a good one.
I think I go into the first pull with Icebound Fortitude up. I'm a little scared. I wonder if Rune of the Fallen Crusader still is the one you take. I feel like it's been the one you take forever. So I wonder if this even changes it. It's such a minor change that I don't think it does. But curious. I don't even know what the other ones are offhand. Like, I know a couple of them aren't bad, but this has been one you've taken since like Kata. So I don't like doing double up on classes. That's the only thing that's my only thing with groups is I don't like doing too many of the same thing. That's why that ooh. I'm having some serious mic issues today. That's why oh, there we go. Get in here, Survival Hunter. You know what I haven't heard in a hot minute? Somebody come in and say Meowdy. Meowdy used to be like the red flag. All right, if somebody said Meowdy, for some reason they were always bad. So I'm hoping that's not the case here. I mean, he didn't say Meowdy. He didn't say Meowdy, but I might start saying it. Blood Elf, Troll, Blood Elf, Volpera, and Panda. I don't know why I picked Panda. They look so goofy. Come on, K-Briss. K-Brissy. That K-Bussy? Oh my god. Disappointed in myself for that one. Okay. I think it's funny because K is also what in Spanish? They were saying what? K? What? What? Can't stand on it anymore? Ooh, not a fan of that answer. NPC by the key guy. What is he, Horde or Alliance? Heading towards the main org gates. Look left. I need a new swing arm. That's what I need. I need a new boom mic. Oh god, a new boom. This shit's flopping around and I'm having to talk down into the mic. What if I just do this? This is gonna block my face a little bit, but I think audio quality is pretty important. There we go. I hope that's okay. All right. I feel like it's got to be a little closer. There we go. Maybe, maybe not. There we go. All right. I don't know if this is working. This fucking mic has been all over the place today. Right. Ready, check. I'm gonna have to put this fucker right in front of me. I'm nervous. I'm gonna go out there and just get immediately hit right in the fucking head. I'm dead. Sazerac? Guy said the camera feels smoother on beta. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Whoa, holy shit. Damn. This feels rough. Popping a fucking potion. Holy shnikes. I think I'm just dead. Oh, that was hella choppy. I need to just build up some. Sorry if I don't know if I was too far away from the mic there, but that was hella choppy. If my audio cuts out, please let me know. No, let's hit this thing. Okay, fuck it. We're not gonna get this thing then. But these guys are gonna become empowered now.
I am out of breath.
Oh my god. Dude. Oh my god. These DK changes are rough for sure. Wait, where's my healer? Yeah. Dude, what? I mean, I was a little late to the death strike there, but holy shit. I just can't get set up. Ooh. Dude, these are bad changes. I feel like I'm just straight up fighting for my life.
I need a target.
Over here trying to spam vampiric strikes in this window, and I'm just getting deleted. I don't have time to cast anything. I don't have time to cast anything.
Open your mind to the whispers.
The death strike change is crippling. You have to do it twice as much.
I am out of rage.
Like, you can't just like I'm literally shocked. And monks have like the highest throughput for healers, and this feels atrocious.
Open your mind to the whispers.
I need to target something first.
Coagulopathy, and then just spam this. Yeah, that don't work anymore.
I am out of rage.
Open your mind to the whispers.
This is the worst one so far, by far. It's like if I spam Death Strike, it doesn't do shit.
Too far away.
Why do I feel like this is healing me for nothing right now?
I do not have a target.
Can I get a heal? Oh my god, I'm about to fucking die. There we go. I'm definitely not the best Death Knight by any sense of the word, but I can usually hold my own. I'm dead. He was crazy empowered.
I do not have a target.
We're doing a shit ton of healing together. Whoa, buddy. That was on me. That wasn't nothing to do with the changes. Here we go. Nothing we can't even kill that guy. It's like there's no point in even trying to.
I am out of range.
Okay. Hanging in there. I'm hanging in there. I think that's it. Oh. No, 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 no. Ah. They should be able to get them.
Not ready yet.
Oh. I thought my potion was off cooldown. That was my whole plan going into it. Was like, oh, I'll just potion, and if I can get situated with all those things. Oh, okay, I can't pull them in. Cool, 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 cool. You like can't build a shield up. I mean, yeah, you can't build a shield up, but it feels real bad. Keep me alive, buddy. I need 1 second. Keep me alive. I need 1 second. Like, my death strikes feel like I'm doing nothing, dude. We're killing this guy before we go in there. I don't give a fuck. Need all the bonus we can get.
I do not have a target.
All right. Boss fights, he feels fine. Oh, I feel like this is bad. I don't know where we are.
I am out of range.
Damn it. Get this down, this down. There's slamming and hard strikes.
Open your mind to the whispers.
Good time for that frontal to come out, so now we can do this. You definitely feel probably the most out of everything is not being able to build a shield. Yikes. Oh, we're gonna go this way. Hope for the best. Ooh. We're attacking the wrong guy. I'm just like so focused on trying to fucking stay alive and like figure out like how I can work this.
Open your mind to the whispers.
Like, I'm not the best DK. I know that. But I tested DKs before without issue. And actually liked them. Thought they were fun. Now I feel like I'm just fighting for my life like every pull. Like, luckily I'm going if I'm going into a pull with no runic power, you're just dead. Get back. This is what we're gonna do. I don't want to wait. Why didn't he just get? Oh, he got pulled in afterwards. That makes sense.
I am out of range.
Can you find your way through the mist? Choose wisely.
Yeah. All right. If you have runic power going into the pole and you got your bone shield, like if you're established, it's not as bad, but it's still not great when you can't really get ahead of it. You're always behind. Like, look at that shit. Whew. And you have to be in, because if I'm not in, ooh, he's got killed. I gotta be able to hit him. So I don't know what damage I took there was though. Oh, not paying attention. Risky business. Where's that man up? Just melees? Okay.
We're almost there.
Are you gonna... Oh, are we gonna res him? Are we gonna res him? Okay, he is. Can't wait to get a new mic stand. This thing is tedious. All right.
Open your mind to the whispers.
Yikes. Yikes. These aren't frontals, right? Like, I'm not... Oh my god. Is that just like... tank damage? Because that seems like a lot.
I am out of range. I need to target.
Oh my god. Put a shield on some people. Hope for the best.
Open your mind to the whispers.
Open wide to the whispers. I'm fucking sweating, bro. Oh, I should actually be using that to build. That's unfortunate. Bad timing. Leaf, flower, leaf. This one's not filled in. Big that. Big one, big one. A little bit of leech. That anima slash would have been the end of me had I not thought about it 2 seconds before and put my shield up. Oh, fuck, bro.
I need a target.
Oh. Empty leaf, empty that, empty that. It's the only one with a ring.
You're almost there.
Open your mind to the whispers.
This guy shouldn't be too bad on me. Get him over here. Yeah, single target, they're still super solid. I don't even feel his damage. But like, if I'm just spamming Death Strike, bro, like I don't get any shield out of this anymore. Like any shield I get is immediately taken out in the next one. And I don't know if I'm capping on my shield like to 50% or if I'm just taking more damage. Because if I'm capping on the 50% and then getting eaten, that sucks because that change is stopping me. Oh my lord. Leaf with the ring, flower. Nope, I trust him.
You did it. Good guess.
Jesus. How did I lose all my stacks? Dude, that was probably me, in all honesty. But fucking Anima Slash, dude. Anima Slash with fucking 3 million damage to me. I got hit super hard and lost all my bone stacks on the first as soon as I walked in there. That was tough. You definitely need to, so far in both tanks I've played, it's felt like you really need to have your defensives going almost every pull. The healer goes, DK feels so bad to heal. Never know when to heal. HP humps so much. I said, it feels bad to play. I want to see the take of somebody who's like a good DK player, and I want to see how they do, because I could just be bad. But dude, I'm gonna need fucking I'm gonna need that 15 seconds. You better slow the fuck down. All right, we're gonna do this. Oh, sorry, bud. I had to do the shitty stuff. Oh my god, I'm rooted.
Open your mind to the whispers.
There is no rest for the wicked. Thank God for Anima Slash. I can't get to that guy because he's stuck in the new stuff that felt that they were like, we should do this. This has been not a fun experience.
You're almost there.
All right, here we go again.
No more fun. Aw, are you feeling tired?
What was that one?
I want to play with you.
Open your mind to the whispers.
What the fuck is that? No way.
Like the others.
Leaf.
Thank you for playing.
That guy kind of got brought up and died immediately. He shouldn't have taken that res just yet. So far, DK's been the worst. Bear, I felt like would have been fine had not everybody left. Like I feel like we could have done it. Took a little adjusting, but I feel like Bear would have been okay. Definitely needed a lot more defensives in order to get it pulled off. DK just feels like fuck. Like I feel like I cannot, like I'm healing myself a ton, but I can't ever get ahead of it. And so you're just blasting resources so quickly that you don't feel like you ever stabilize. Doesn't help that all the new mechanics in here are so shit for melee that like you have to consistently run away. And with DK tanks, you obviously can't really run away if you're getting hit by stuff because you need a death strike. So it's like everything's kind of working against DKs right now, or at least in this dungeon. You got everybody? Everybody's still here? Okay, cool. Come on, Asuki Mage. Oh. I gotta play Brew next. Really? Leaf. Why are we dying on that? Oh my god. This one isn't even me. Get the fuck out. A special gift just for us. I hate you. Filled in. Oh. Oh, don't take it and die. Thank God. Smart man. Binding shot, okay. Taking a bomb limb off. You casted freeze tag a lot quicker than I expected her to. I was trying to sneak in the A-bomb limb. Relief. sound effect for Vampire Strike is sick.
Will you bring it? You can't dodge this.
Open your mind to the whispers.
I was just almost started walking away. Thought this fight, we've been in this fight for like an hour and a half.
I haven't played like that in so long. Let's do it again. Aw, okay. No worries.
I feel like these next couple pulls are gonna be ass with a side of shit.
Side withers as the gone feast. Balance must be restored.
Oh, nope. Don't go in there yet. Where's the big man? Come on, Kate Bruce. There's a few times that we've died that it's 100% been my fault, and then there's a lot of times that I don't think it's my fault, but it very well could be. Like, the fact that I can't like double up on shit makes it so bad.
Open your mind to the whispers.
I know you guys can see my face trying to figure out how I'm not dying. Gabrus, no! I don't think we have anybody to. I gotta while it's eating. Oh. I probably got my Brewmaster playing me, and then I'm gonna probably call it. So I got one more dungeon in me after this. Oh, we really can't afford to get those bats, so I'm gonna yank these fuckers back. This is mostly punishing for DPS players. Caster Misswalkers, yikes, I don't know that. Also, like, yikes playing the hero talents that like damage. What is she? Oh, Master of Harmony. Okay. Well, at least there was huge damage there. Oh, the best pull we had in the dungeon. Oh my god, I'm about to die. Okay, I'm good, I'm good. Put a shield out on everybody.
Open your mind to the whispers.
One of the biggest downfalls, I think, of this dungeon is the acorns. That's a shit ton of damage going out of them. No, I mean, he's saying that healer or caster misses, yikes, but they're fucking doing 700, 800k worth of healing every pull. Come on, get over here, get over here. Come on, get your eagle on, girl. You need to be very careful with your don't release. They released.
Open your mind to
Well, at least we just kill this thing. We can't even go. We don't have a healer. We probably shouldn't have nuked that thing. Like, everybody's gonna die. It's one thing if it's like I can go in and just try to make myself sufficient. Oh my god. Get over here. I mean, if I'm set up right, rune weapon has changed my life in this dungeon so far. So that's actually making it a lot easier going in with rune weapon every single time, because you got to get your shields up and you got to do all that shit. And you really can't afford to spend any cooldowns on it or any GCDs. Dude, why are these people releasing, bro? Feels much better. Like, once I mean, it took me a little longer than I would have liked, but I'm getting the hang of the sand lane abilities, and I think that's making a world of difference. But it's not really like outside of the sand lane abilities, like that little buff window. It's not good at all. Resum. There we go. Gotta be quick with it. Gotta be quick with it. Come on, Cabris. All the the death stops have really hindered my ability to like remain stable going through stuff. Boom, boom. Now just unload. Death's advance is tight for that. Every time. Ooh, that's actually fantastic. Nope, maybe not. Oh. I'll get you back in a second, buddy. I'm just gonna need a second as well. I think that this, I don't know if this healer ain't it or what. Oh, is that? Get that up. But I don't think we do it with just us two. Oh, we're getting, get away, get away, get away, get away, get away. Run the other direction. Did they make the link worse? Or stronger, I should say? Can't do anything, bud. I gotta run away. This one doesn't even feel like a me issue. Or like a DK issue at all. Well, that guy left, so I might as well see what I can do here. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do anything, bro. Like, I'm not able to heal much of anything unless I get all, like, unless it like resets. Everybody's gone, so I just want to see how long I can keep this going. The self-sustain's still there. Ooh. Ooh. This might be the end. The party goes, seems like bro figured it out. I just want to see if I can do it now. Yeah, I'm glad that that happened there. Come on. Come on. Oh my god. Holy damn. Did you figure it out? So a little. I mean, I understand how to play DK. And on bosses, it's easy. Yeah, you basically just, like, I effectively lost like 3 million health. Yeah, that was not enjoyable. Yeah, I mean, and he's a IMO blood DK should be the only self-reliant tank, and I'm okay with that. I think it's a good trade-off for solo tanking, but I think we should be a little bit more self-reliant. They gotta fix whatever the fuck they did to this thing though. Have fun out there. Okay, that was a really bad one. That felt bad on almost every pull. Like, Bear felt bad, but Bear felt manageable. It did feel like you were fighting a lot, but I feel like I could have time missed, no problem on Bear. with the blood decay, it felt like any downtime absolutely crippled me. If I wasn't going in fully buffed and ready to go to the next pack, I felt super weak, couldn't really establish myself, and just felt bad. It felt a lot better when I started whipping runic. I said a critical error. When I started using when I started using rune, dancing rune weapon as like on cooldown, which I know I should, but world of difference being able to generate stacks going in so quickly. That was really it. Bone shield stacks. That was really it. That made the difference, and it's because of how, I mean, I think bone shield jumped up a ton because of the whole strength of armor, or strength to armor. So yeah, bone shield's much more important than it was before. All right, last dungeon of the day, and I don't think I'm gonna make a video on these changes until they change shit again, because I don't think it stays this way. Come on.
I can't use that item yet.
I really don't think that it stays this way without some sort of tuning on the dungeon mobs, or tuning on or like bringing these changes back up a little bit. This feels really bad. Known issues expected to be fixed in the next let's go shaman healer. So Brew had, I don't want Og. So Brew had elusive brawler reduced by 12%, I think is my mastery. Stacking 8.3% increased dodge chance until you next. Yeah, I mean, I think the attack power drop is probably worse. But that was, I feel like it's gonna just still do the same exact thing. Celestial Fortune heals you for 70%. What are the other big changes? Brewmaster's balance. Oh, balance stratagem I think got changed too. No, maybe not. Brewmaster's balance, passive. Okay, that's a good change. Why am I getting all these? Yu'lon's Grace, Dance of the Wind, chance to dodge. What was Dance of the Wind? I'm going through all these abilities. I don't know them by name. Passive, your dodge chance increased by 5%. So I just passively have 5% less dodge. Okay. Okay. Amount of damage staggered is 8%. Really no mist, huh? Oh, Elixir of Determination was a big one that I feel like got changed. Elixir of Determination. If you fall below 40% health, you gain 30%. Yeah. 8% of your maximum health is pretty bad for a minimum. Like the fact that it used to be 20, that's a huge drop. Ooh, almost coughed right on you guys. And then of course, Celestial Brew. Celestial Brew. Come on. Now touch me. Do.
Welcome, friend. Have a good one.
But oh. All right. This is the class that got a couple sleepy dogs behind me. So this is the class that I'm probably the most familiar with in the beta. Pally I've played much more, Bear I've played much more, but I haven't played their styles. Oh, I haven't played Bear styles. Pally's the same thing. But this guy has been very much my go-to tank. So let's see how he feels. I don't think that they needed a buff to stagger either. Oh no, you've all in here now. Very surprised that I have 2 damage slots open and they're not filling. That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. There we go, mage. Yes, take you. No, we just need one more. Everybody funnel in, funnel in. $89. Oh, increase. My passive or my whatever it's called. Racial. I hate that has charges. Is this okay? I'll take a Death Evoker. I hate that has charges. I've always hated that it has charges. It should just be a buff you put on the tank. Here, take a. Oh, wait, wrong one. There we go. That's the one I wanted. Oh, come on, mage. Probably just DC'd logging in. Hopefully, okay, now I just played every tank besides the one I played, and I'm diving into this with some nerfs, so let's see how this goes. Could just be beta things, know what I mean? There he is. All right, we are all in here. Come on, DK. Miss, baby boy. We got that Skyfire. Skyfire. Now, this is either going to be a complete breath of fresh air, or I'm going to get hit really hard and be kind of shocked. Tag, you coming? What the fuck is that guy? Where the heck is that guy? I have a working player profile, but I don't think I can. That's gonna be too long to send. Gonna tell us. Just interrupt the things. He's not going to do much interrupts anyways, so I'm not too stressed about that stuff. All right. Ready, check. Ready, check. All right, we're going to go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I didn't pop my potion before it. Oh, I hit Alt 8. Oh, a breath of fresh air, just like I dreamt it. I mean, I definitely take more damage, but like, holy moly, it's better.
I must get closer.
And like, especially for just like coming back in after not really playing it. I feel like this first pull is always bad just because of the location of it. Ooh, pop that. Oh, that's a bad one. That's a bad one. That's a bad one. Stay alive. Hang in there. That was just me not paying attention, honestly. We're chilling now, though. Definitely take a little more damage, but still by far the tankiest tank we've played today. Even with me kind of not being on top of abilities and shit.
I must get closer.
Big stun. Forgot about my stuns, honestly. But like so much more comfortable. Maybe not for that guy. I mean, I probably shouldn't have been using Purify there. I should have been using Celestial Brew, but so he's still got a pretty hefty shield.
I'm out of range.
Big stun.
Too far away.
Nobody can open it.
Creatures worshipping sticks and leaves. Nature is meant to be
Nobody can open it, buddy boy.
and the gruff will conquer all.
I'm out of range.
Like I said, easily the most tanky class we've had so far. Still feels like there could be a little... It still feels like there's a lot more damage coming in, but this is easily the tankiest class we have right now. Like even if you like didn't understand how monk worked, the damage, how much slower the damage is compared to the other ones, it makes it good enough to be like, oh yeah, this is a solid class. That dude running back. If we can stall this for a minute and have that guy get back here. Actually, no, we already killed that thing, so it doesn't matter. Yay! Death touch. Here we go. Just feels smooth, like. Ow.
Too far away.
Nice. Okay, let's blast them. Get this guy down before they pop. Here we go. Looking much better. Clearance is good at P&O. I got School of Rock stuck in my head, bro. I don't know why, but it's a rocket in my head. Monk easily feeling strong still through any of the changes. I'll have to play Warrior because Warrior is probably my second most played character on this. So I'll have to figure out how Warrior feels because I know that. Oh, whoop. Looked at my phone for a second. Kind of stuck here. Warrior is my other favorite class and also probably the one that felt really, really good too. So I got to see how he feels now. I saw somebody in the chat for Mist say that they killed Warrior. So hopefully that's not true. Pop that. Love that Touch of Death. I feel like monks have probably the best kit for handling most affixes. We can keep going. It's only 2 things here.
Yay! My friends are here to play. Come along.
That's right. I'll stop him. Like that shit's so ass. It immediately cast again. There's not a second of downtime.
Too far away. I must get closer. I don't have a target.
Paralysis. It was almost like an even paralysis. Empty leaf. Empty flower, I mean. Oh, it's this one. It's to the right. It's to the right. I know that this one's gonna take a lot of damage out of me.
I'm out of range.
Ooh, that's not fun. I'm gonna pop that. Dude. If whoever's watching this, can you please look at the difference and the damage I take from every other mob to this? Like, this is crazy.
I need to target.
hit something first.
Not even like popping my heels and doing all the shit that I should be doing. So we got a full leaf, we got an empty flower, we got a full flower with a ring, and we got, yes, it's got to be this ring.
No fooling you.
I also haven't touched a defensive. Like I haven't touched my one defensive that I have. I think I just ate that frontal. Frontals need to be much more. Whoop! Apparently I can't do that one. Frontals need better animations. I've said that, and every time I talk about this dungeon or just dungeons in general, they just need better animations. Stone Vault is an excellent show of what it should look like. Frontal.
I'm out of range.
Open your mind.
Fuck that. Such a good such a come and clutch move. Ooh, we're gonna go up here. All right. We got leaf. Leaf with the ring. Full flower? I think full flower. Yeah, that was a guess, I'll tell you that. I'm gonna pop it for this because I have Animal Slash and I want to get situated before I start getting deleted. Literally just like felt like popping my defensive and didn't feel like I needed to, just kind of felt like I should. And look at that shit. That's crazy.
Open your mind to the whispers.
All right, so we got a full flower with a ring, full leaf. Empty, that's empty. No! I think it was the one I was at, honestly. Lawrence is good at piano. We will be rocking in the show. Ra-da-da-da. Full leaf, full flower, empty leaf. One thing I like about monks too is that my toolkit that like I use to stabilize doesn't feel bad to use, you know? Like when I go in and I'm spinning crane kicking and I'm doing this and doing that, it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like I'm wasting GCDs or like I'm in a bad spot until we get rolling. Yep.
Too far away.
The amount of stress that I have playing this compared to playing that DK should be studied, honestly. Leaf with a ring, leaf with no ring, flower with a ring. Wow, I think it's this. Actually, I have good luck with the maze, and I'm probably gonna regret saying that.
Open your mind to the whispers.
Okay. Probably should have saved that for it. Please. I was hoping that triple bite was going to do any kind of damage. I think I might main Windwalker for my. Oh, whoop. Wait. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I don't take him out of that then. Oh, that's he acid rain. I almost pulled him out of that for him. My bad, dude. That's your shit. Yeah, I think I might mean Windwalker for my DPS class because Rogue's not doing too hot right now. And it might just be easier just to learn how to play Windwalker. Alright, we got flower with a ring, empty flower with a ring, full flower. Yeah. See, those are the ones that I'm like, which one was it? But we had to look at the last one because the last one would have told us what it was. I hate this. Okay. So we got empty leaf, full flower. Full flower.
No fooling you.
Full flower, baby. Yeah, so you can't even interrupt the Anima Slash, which is kind of ass. The only perk to Anima Slash is that you can build up your stacks super quickly and then just get a fat fucking shield. I think monks are going to be meta. If this is what the if this is what the affix is going to be, like I feel like that's just such a clutch fucking play. Empty leaf, empty flower. Leaf with the ring. Leaf with the ring.
No fooling you.
Everybody in?
You can't dodge this.
Buddy, you gotta dodge that.
I must get closer.
Pretty please. One of us is not like the other.
Too far away.
Open.
I'm out of range.
Cool. I got a little quiet there because I thought we were gonna go down. Get fucked, emissary. Like that's so clutch. Ooh. I think I got hit with. Oh no, I didn't get hit with a patty cake. I don't know what the fuck that was then.
One of us is not like the other.
Flower.
You can't dodge this.
Whew. That's a rough one. Can I get a battle res? I think he had A-bomb limb rolling. But that was like, she was really out there, and then she really wasn't. Or
Open your mind.
One of us is
I think, ooh. No ring, no ring. Oh, no, 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 no. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Nice. Using the frontals, baby. Beautiful.
I haven't played like that in so long.
Yeah, the fact that her frontals actually deal damage to the guessing game and the fox is something that people don't take advantage of enough. If you like stack right for the frontals and then all move, and you can put that fox right in that fucking thing and just get one shot. Same with the guessing game too.
Side withers as the gorn feast.
Where's Charon?
Must be
Charon. Charon. Somebody drink all my beer. Who's the bear thief? Anyone know who the bear thief is? Nice stop. Finally someone stopped it. Oh, I'm on. Why am I on death? Charon. I don't know why I got lit up so quickly there. That shit was harsh. Poor Demonstrator is getting dapped. Oh, doesn't move. Okay, cool. Yeah, I got lit the fuck up going in there. Oh. Holy moly. Then I get to go into this with the shield. Fucking juicy shield. Oh, I thought I had a I thought I had a stun. I was like, this one's gonna be so well timed, and then I didn't have a stun. That needs to be stopped. There you go. Oh no. Get over here. Get over here. There we go. I feel like they made her do a lot less frequent, which I think is a good change. Big stun. Night. Good blink. Strong blink. I don't know if we do this. We need to pump, and I don't know if we got the pump in us. No lust.
Too far away.
Probably didn't need to do that. This will give me a head start.
I must get closer.
At least people broke that up for the first time in a long time. I don't even take that much damage on boss fights. I just feel like I need to use it so that I don't tap on charges, which is what I should be doing, but oh, nope. No, no, no. Oh, okay, I got you. I got you, buddy. What a fucking save, bro. Ooh, we have a res. Cool. Been chilling with the room still chilling. Room still smelling. I'm surprised I haven't lost power today. I've had crazy storms for quite a while now.
I'm out of range.
No, break, 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 break. We're gonna do it. First dungeon we've timed all fucking day. And it was easily the least stressful that I've done all day. Be smooth, be smooth. I feel like it definitely was harder than, like, we feel like we used to +3, +4 those like easy, and that one felt a lot more difficult. Interesting. Oh wait, so I think that was pretty, I mean, I don't know, I feel like they were pretty low. The mage wasn't doing a ton of damage. I don't know, maybe it was just the run. But that is gonna be it for me. It was kind of cool playing the classes after the nerf. DK was not fun. DK was, I hope I never play DK again, honestly. Pally felt good. Pally felt weirdly good compared to the other classes that I thought it was going to be really bad. But Pally and Brew, out of Pally, Bear, DK, and Brew, Pally and Brew felt the best. I don't know if they did some underlying shit. Pally felt a lot better to hit heals with. It felt a lot better to just play. I don't know. I'm happy about it. I love Pally, but Brew was a head above everybody else. So, all right, I'm gonna take a breather. I have been yapping for 5 hours straight, and I am ready to eat some lunch. All right, guys, thanks for popping in. Thanks for everybody who came in and chatted. I really appreciate it. And until next time, guys.